standings after 8 of the 10 events. Simon Ehammer, 7,202 points. A big distance back to Dario Desta, but then a 5-way battle for the silver and bronze between Desta, Weibo, Aglane, Kazmarek and Skoteam. That's going to be a fascinating final 2 events later on today. Just to mark your card, the men's javelin Group A will be the very first event to get underway in the evening session on this day 2 of the 2022 European Athletics Championships. So we're going off for a bit of lunch, myself and Alex Seftel. No finals this morning, but there's the athletics. Well, there were medals out on the racewalks, not in the stadium though. Germany leading the way with 2 golds at the moment, 2 silvers. Spain picked up a gold and a silver in the racewalks this morning, so they've got 4 medals, and Israel with all those medals yesterday. No less than 12 countries on the athletics medal tables so far. Sure, many more countries will join them. There's the European Championship medal table, incorporating all 9 sports. Germany, the host nation, best as far as the golds are concerned, with 10 golds. France have the biggest haul overall. Athletics, one of 9 sports being contested here in Munich, in and around the Olympic Park. So as the stadium empties, we get ready for tonight's session. There it is, everything that's going to happen. It's all local time, Central European time. We're 1 hour ahead of Great Britain, Ireland, Portugal, and the Canary Islands in Spain. Javelin in the decathlon gets us underway at 18:30 local time, and then we have lots of outstanding finals. Let's just pick a few out from that schedule. The women's discus, the men's 5,000, men's and women's 10,000. 10,000 metres came last night. We've got the men's and women's 100 metres tonight. So it's time for myself, Phil Minchell, and my colleague Alex Seftel to say goodbye. We're off to lunch. Join us in 4 hours' time. Well, welcome to this wonderful Olympic stadium that hosted the 1972 Olympic Games and 20 years ago, the 2002 European Athletics Championships. This is the 25th edition of the European Athletics Championships, and we've already had a plethora of gold medals awarded both yesterday and this morning. Well, this morning we saw 2 race walks, outstanding events. First time that the 35-kilometre race walk has ever been contested at these championships. There you can see the weather. Well, it's going to be warm and quite sticky for the next couple of hours until dusk drops and nightfall descends on this Bavarian capital. You can see, well, the spectators coming into the Olympic Stadium. All sorts of different nationalities. They've come from the length and breadth of Europe, from Iceland out in the Atlantic to Azerbaijan in the east, from Scandinavia right the way down to the Iberia Peninsula and Spain and Portugal and Gibraltar. Well, it's going to be a warm and hot night, and it's going to be equally sizzling on the track. There's the lineup for this evening, starting very shortly with the 9th event in the decathlon, the javelin. Later on, those decathletes will complete their task that's lasted for 2 days in the 1500 metres. And the climax of these championships, as far as today is concerned, well, it's all happening on the track. We've got the men's 5,000 metres and the men's and women's 100 metres in the field. We've got the men's long jump, the women's discus. We cover the entire spectrum of athletics events. And alongside me, I've got Hannah England and Alex Seftel. Good afternoon to the pair of you. Hannah, you were down at the race walks this morning. Take us through it. Give us a quick wrap-up of what happened down there.
We did have a very warm and sticky morning down in the Old Town city centre here in Munich. It was brilliant to see the 35 kilometres get its try here at the European Championships. So we didn't crown any more 50K race walkers. That championship is away and finished. But our winners were Antigone and Piotti of Germany, so we might see, of Greece, apologies. So we might see Milotadis Tentoglu get a second gold medal for Greece in the men's long jump later on. We also saw a win for Spain's Miguel Lopez in the men's 35-kilometre walk. He just walked away from the whole field, and it was another medal for Germany through Christopher Linke. He came second in the men's race, that putting Germany at the top of the medal table for the time being. No surprise there, the host nation are really strong. They outperformed everyone else in Berlin last time they hosted this championships, and they might be set to do the same here in Munich.
Well, there's Mateusz Przybyłko, the defending champion in the high jump, wearing the now familiar yellow colours, almost the change colours of Germany. And let me bring in at this point Alex Seftel. Alex, you were here this morning. What really caught your eye in this morning's session before we get into the meat of this evening's activities?
I think it was the way Simon Ehammer seemed determined to try and build his lead, to really continue the competition just as he started with that excellent 100 metres and then a big championship best in the long jump. It almost looks like we're watching reverse footage there, but it is actually that Bondarenko going backwards as part of his warm-up.
Yeah, you can see there down in the warm-up area. We've got the physios down there. They're just getting loosened up, all the athletes. We have approximately 1,500 athletes participating here in Munich. The championship started yesterday and go on until Sunday evening. Right the way across the board, 48 events. We've got, as I said, nations coming from right the way across Europe. Barely a nation missing. It's the men's high jump, which they have done so well in the past. But I think we're probably also potentially going to see medals as well in the decathlon. You were talking about Simon Ehammer, but there's local interest in that as well.
Oh yes, and that's probably been the biggest noise throughout this competition so far for the German decathletes, including the curious case of Arthur Abele, allowed the rerun being reinstated and having a solo hurdles race. He's not a medal contender at these championships, but it's kind of a slightly more dignified last decathlon, I think was the way we put it. What about Michael Weibo? He there is in contention very much for a medal after a fantastic 5:30 pole vault.
I was going to say, what's Tamberi doing there? He's decorating the call room, sort of undercover, covert Italian propaganda going on with Gianmarco Tamberi in the call room. The men's high jump will get underway in around about 10 minutes, I think. Tamberi goes in the first pool there.
So there's the standings after 8 events, with the javelin and the 1500 metres to come. Quite significant lead for Simon Ehammer. He's had personal best yesterday in the high jump. Today, this morning in the pole vault, cleared 5:20, 10 centimetres better than he's ever achieved in his life, and that's really given him a commanding lead. Well, it's a right battle, though, for the silver and the bronze in that event. It's probably up to 6 men in contention. It could all come down to that grueling 3 3/4 laps of the track at the very end of the programme, just before the 100 metres. The 1500 metres for men. It's not an event that the decathletes particularly relish. Some are better than others, and the man who's better than most of them here is the aforementioned Nicholas Cowell, who's got a personal best of 4:13. He's almost 10 seconds better than anybody else in the field, and that could really be crucial when it comes down to the crunch. He's also very good in the javelin. This is where Ehammer really has to keep in contention. Ehammer's personal best is around the 55-metre mark. He really needs something of that order to make sure that the rest don't close the gap on him and make it a real nail-biter when we do get down to the 1500 metres.
I was saying with Nicholas Cowell, I was saying over our lunch, but he's got a great javelin. He has a good second day. Couldn't he be in contention? And Phil Minchell, quite rightly, reminding myself and Alex Seftel that Cowell had to have that elbow surgery, I think, after Doha. So his javelin, perhaps not what you'd think it should be on paper. I mean, not that he could really trouble Simon Ehammer. He is kind of streets ahead of everybody else in decathlon terms so far as these points have been accumulated. But that battle for the silver and bronze medals to be really exciting.
Well, 2 groups in the javelin, one getting underway in just a few minutes' time, the other at 19:30 local time. That's Central European time here in Germany. Of course, if you're in Great Britain, Ireland, Portugal and the Canaries of Spain, well, you're 1 hour behind. Set your clocks wherever you are, whether you're watching us on the European Athletics live stream or listening to us on the European Athletics audio feed. Do stay tuned for the next 4 hours. And also, just to remind you, you can see all the results live on the European Athletics website, as well as lots more really interesting comment. There's an outstanding editorial team working for European Athletics, and they really do pick up all those behind-the-scenes stories and get the headlines on all the news that's happening out there. So do log in and have a look at the European Athletics website. It's www.european-athletics.com. And there in big letters, telling you exactly what we're expecting, it's the decathlon javelin Group A.
I think it's interesting in the combined events, and they just get the 3 attempts. It's got to play on their heads that they got to come out all guns blazing. You wouldn't want to waste energy in a decathlon anyway. You'd want to do fewer competitions, fewer attempts as you could. And just a reference that I always like, 1 metre in the men's javelin is 15 points. Of course, every centimetre within that will count for points as well. But when you try and stack these events against each other, the more technical events get more points. And I always think the 1500 my favourite event. It's quite hard done. 1 second.
Why would that be, Hannah? Why would the 1500 metres be your favourite event?
Particularly kind to me. Not every time, but pretty much every time. But 1 second in the 1500 is 7 points. That seems a little bit cruel, you know, the pain and the effort they go through. Sure, it's not as technical as a pole vault. Doesn't mean it should be devalued point-wise, but I might be being oversensitive.
No, I think you're actually right. We were talking about this morning in terms of some events are disproportionately more valuable to the decathletes than others. And I think you might have a point here. Maybe there is a strong argument, basically, because, of course, very, very few decathletes. I think there was one. I think Curtis Beach, the very good American decathlete who was able to go over 8,000 points, could actually run a 1,500 metres in under 4 minutes. But very few can. Even Ashton Eaton, I think, and in his best, he was, what, about a 4:10 man, wasn't he?
You are also out on your own, though, in the javelin, whereas you get the advantage of going with the pace of others in the 1,500 metres. I think the biggest gripe maybe of some of these decathletes would be they'd like bigger field sizes in the competition. We may be down to just the one heat in the 1,500, as we often are. I think they'd like to see more than that.
So, the very first man to go in the men's javelin in the decathlon, well, I had all sorts of drama with Arthur Abelais this morning. He was carrying over yellow card from yesterday, got disqualified originally in the 110 metres hurdles, the very first event of the morning, got reinstated, had to run his 110 metres hurdles after he'd thrown the discus to get his own point score. And Abelais, well, a lot of sympathy with the crowd. He's the defending decathlon champion, and this is supposed to be his valedictory event. It's supposed to be his very last decathlon. I hope it's not, but he has suggested rather firmly that it will be, as the implement falls down at around the 58-metre mark. 58.82.
It's a good start for Abelais. I do want a bit more of a rundown of what happened this morning from you two. I kind of logged into the European Athletics website online when I was travelling over on public transport and went, what is going on? Saw the fuss on Twitter. But it would be great to understand more about that. But just a word on Germany and their strength in the decathlon. They had Nicholas Cowell, the reigning world champion. They've got Abelais as the reigning European champion. And those two seemingly not going to regain the European title. They've lost that World Championship title. It's a bit of a shame. You feel like they were really building some momentum, the German men in their multi-events. But hey, I'm sure it will swing back round in the next few years.
Yes, it's one of those events where they do seem to be able to pull the athletes off the production line. And over the years, we've had so many very, very good multi-eventers going even back to the 60s. And then we went into the 70s and 80s with the likes of Jürgen Hinkson, Daley Thompson's great rival for those great battles in the 80s over Olympic and World and European Championships. So Hesselay, good effort from Hesselay. That takes him very temporarily into the lead in this competition. However, Ehammer still to throw.
You have to factor in that Abelais hasn't taken part in a decathlon for some considerable time, and we mentioned Cowell, so decathletes are more brittle than other athletes, so I guess it's that bit harder to maintain the consistency.
I cannot remember his name. He used to train in Birmingham, Dutch decathlete. Oh, that's going to bug me.
Sven Russen now. Best of just over 61 metres for Russen, currently lying down in 13th place at the moment. And that's not too far from his best. That's only about a metre or so. He's got his throwing arm, his right arm strapped up. Good technique, I think most people would say. Quick on the run-up, got a long pull on it. Obviously isn't as strong as javelin throwers in their individual event. 59.72, so just under 2 metres down on his best.
Russen heading off to the stands to get some guidance. Ingmar Voss, that's who it was. It wasn't Pelle Reitveld. He's another brilliant Dutch decathlete, and they have got Charles van Commenee, their national coach and multi-events specialist, kind of weighing in on all the multi-eventers from the Netherlands, including Emma Oostervegel. And
so now it's the turn of Niels Pittenbils. 62.77, the best. Pittenbils hasn't really had a very good competition. Nevertheless, still sticking it out until the end. Yeah. A bit less fluid his technique, and it does drop down below the 55-metre mark. About 53 metres. Sort of throws it a bit like a dart, as some multi-eventers are prone to do. Oh, and he doesn't like it, as we see there. Decides just to take a deliberate foul. I think he should have had it measured, just simply to get a mark in. You never quite know what can happen afterwards. So this is Baptiste Thierry, best man in the pole vault. 540 clearance to lead the way. A little bit off the pace, and this isn't one of his better events. 52, 53 meters.
You can see the way he throws, taking real care that so that he doesn't lose the point and make sure he pushes right through it. It's one of the key things. Obviously, one way to throw a javelin, but once you get all the right elements of technique together, you can really focus on getting the transfer of energy at the same time, as you see with some of the best javelin throwers.
There we go, Thierry's total moves on to 7,200 exactly. Now, Simon Ehammer has a best of 55.98, which he threw a little earlier this year in Gotsis. Oh, that looks like a good throw from the release. Yes, that's only a couple of meters down on his best. That's a very solid performance from Ehammer. He's had 2 personal bests in this competition, in the high jump and pole vault, and has been very, very close to his best in 5 of the other 6 events. The only slight disappointment, the discus, he was something like 8 meters down on his best. There we go. Consolidating his lead.
It's interesting to reflect on maybe the mental element of an athlete who's usually strong on day one and sometimes sees athletes come past him and topple him in the standings, whereas those who finish stronger might generally keep up an element of optimism as a result.
Martin Ruhr at 66 meters 72, one of the better javelin throwers in this competition. Bit disappointing from Ruhr. We do actually have the gold, silver and bronze overlays out there. We don't really need them for the decathlon. It's not about where you finish, really. It's just, as we've always said, about turning performance into points.
Ruhr gave a good post-event, kind of post-day one interview yesterday, saying he'd been injured off the Olympics. You can see him grabbing his shoulder there. I can't remember if he quite specified what the injury was, but he struggled with injury off the back of the Olympics last year, was just about getting himself in shape, and then he got ill. So he's missed an awful lot of training this year, and he's just happy to be here on the start line. Said he was keen to support the younger athletes, the likes of Skottheim, as they develop into the best Norwegian multi-eventers.
Dario Desta down in 7th at the moment, has got bounced out despite having a very good pole vault. But still an outsider for a medal. Really needs a personal best here. 56.61 his best. He's dropping down just a tiny bit short of that. Dropping down to around 53 meters. Oh no, I got the lines wrong. Well over 57 meters in fact. So I make that actually a personal best for Desta. We'll review that. We have had a couple of technical problems this morning. It looked as though it fell short. We'll double check what we're getting confirmed as far as the distance is. Abelay once again. That's about 57 meters, perhaps not quite as far as his 58.82.
I think we've probably got the biggest crowd that we've had so far at these championships, and it's not just isolated in one area this time. It's gradually building all the way around, which is great to see, and hopefully the athletes will benefit from that as well.
Oh, that's a good throw from Helselet. Best throw we've seen in this group so far. Well over 60 metres.
I think you're right, Alex. The crowds are much bigger. There were bigger queues when we were walking over to our commentary position. And I wonder, we've got that men's long jump final. That could credit. We've got a lot of spectators down there along the back straight and on both bends as well. I can't see underneath of us on the home straight, but can only assume that what I can see around the other 300 metres of the track has got to be replicated underneath our commentary position here. Brilliant to see here on a Tuesday night in Munich.
So Sven Rusen, first round, 59.74. That was worth 734 points. No, not quite as good. A metre or so short of what he did in the first round.
Yeah, he's been there or thereabouts. Obviously a great sprinter in particular, so he was 4th overall in the 100 and then ended the first day 4th overall in the 400 and has been as high as 9th.
There's Pittenvils.
So second attempt for him, just shy of 50 metres. Rusen's mark coming up as 58.36. Helselet before that 63.44, so that's the best that we've seen. "45 minutes roughly until the second Group B gets underway, by the way, with the better throwers on paper.
Pittenvils once again deciding to just take a deliberate foul. So Thierry. Oh, that's a bit better. That's about a 2-metre improvement for Thierry. Tell you what, Alex, we're just having a few technical problems, I know that, but you've got a working results system. Can you just fill us in with what Dario Desta's first round mark was?
It was 57.24, so as you said, yes, improving on his lifetime best. Yes. The Italian was 56.61.
We hope we'll recover a proper results service. We're getting patchy results. We'll keep you up to date with everything as we look at now at Simon Ehammer, 53.46 in the first round. Don't think that was quite as good.
Yeah, doesn't quite catch it as cleanly, does he? Unfortunately, though, for Desta, relative to Ehammer, who's got this big lead, the Italian is much more vulnerable in terms of that battle over the medals. He'll just hope to give himself some hope going into that 1,500 metres, which will be 12.5 hours after the start of the decathlon this morning. Start of day 2, of course.
Yeah. So now Martin Ruhr. Second best thrower in this group at 59.40 to start with. He'll be looking for a mark well over 60 metres.
So there's no improvement, by the way, there for Ehammer just before 52.89. So only 640 points thus far.
Not really happy with that, not a surprise. It's about 3 meters down on his first round effort. Well, Dario Desta had that personal best in the first round, over 57 meters. Can he go further? Finished the morning off very well with a 490 pole vault, just below his best. Not this time, no. I think he knows he just slightly got the wrong angle. Nevertheless, not a bad throw at just under 55 meters.
So 54.85 coming up there. Second best overall, but it's not going to compare that well once we see he throws well over 60 and even over 70. You know what? I think Abele is getting the biggest cheer of anyone this competition, which is somewhat hilarious considering where he is in the standings, but it's all about being the crowd favourite.
I know, he's a bit of a cult figure, I think, in Germany, especially amongst athletics fans. Well, that's an improvement on his 58.82 in the first round.
No wonder Abele must be buoyed overall in this championship to almost get that get out of jail free card. Maybe he felt he didn't deserve the disqualification in the first place, but to leave the high hurdles thinking, oh, wow, you know, no point in an event, it's just devastating. But Abele getting that opportunity to go again, and maybe that just helping him appreciate every moment of this decathlon in front of a home crowd, particularly if it might be his last. 60 meters 98, great final throw for the German.
Yes, that could well be his very last throw in a decathlon of any description. But he's now starting to enjoy himself. He was a bit disgruntled this morning with the soap opera over his 110 meters hurdles disqualification. In the end, the judges say they couldn't absolutely be assured that he'd actually lost contact with the blocks. Now, I should know who that is in the crowd, but I don't. Nevertheless, Adam Helselet getting ready to throw. 63.44 his last attempt. No, not as good. So he'll bank 790 points. Pretty decent effort from the Czech. Helselet, of course, the bronze medalist. I should say the silver medalist 6 years ago when we were in Zurich. So on the live scoring is up in third place at the moment. As we say, there's a second group coming a little bit later. And that includes the two Estonians, the two very good Estonians, Michael Weibo and Jannik Oglana, as well as Nicholas Cowell, who we've talked so much about.
Rusin looking for an improvement on 59 meters 74, and I'm sure he's gonna hit it with that. It's a decent effort from Rusin, 734 points. Not going to do his campaign too much harm.
No, it's a little bit of a way away from the medals, but this will give him great experience. Come back perhaps in 2 years' time when we're all off to Rome and the Italian capital, just ahead of the Olympics. It'll be interesting to see how many of the European decathletes decide to take on a decathlon just about a month or so before the Olympics.
wonder, you know, if we have maybe a half marathon in those years. Could they do a pentamarathon, something like that, help these guys out? I mean, I love the prestige and the history behind the decathlon, and there's lots of comments about innovations you can make, but Bittenville's for the moment, he's got to get a value throw. He needs some points. 2 fouls, 1 final effort. I wonder if he is ruining that kind of intentional foul in the first round.
I think he'll accept that one. That's about 56 meters, isn't it? Has a best of 62.77. Hasn't competed in the javelin this year, so he hasn't done a decathlon so far. .56.30. Did cross my mind is that since he's so far off the medal positions, he might just have 3 fouls and give up on the 1500 meters. There aren't too many decathletes who like the 1500 meters.
But I often think, you know, at some point it's going to matter, so you've got to put yourself through the motions. Terry here trying to find a final few meters, few more points. It's the wrong side of the 55-meter line for the Frenchman. It's not going to make any improvement on his 664 points.
Yeah, but personal best nevertheless in that second round of just over 55 meters, so good performance from him. It was a 570 vaulter at best, did 540 to finish off the morning. He was the best vaulter in the group. Now Simon Ehammer. .53.46 to improve on. No, drops down rather badly, short of the 50-meter mark.
So that means 53.46 will be his best, 640 points. Now, we talked about how Cal has a great javelin, but isn't quite at that Doha level this year. But even by season's best, 69.74, that's worth 245 points more. And that's more than half the advantage. And Cal's a much faster 1500 runner. So suddenly, I can feel, a bit of anxiousness. Maybe it's just me.
You're the man with the combined events tables, so let's just speak hypothetically here. I know we're watching Martin Ruhr. What's 200 points in a 1500 meters?
Well, I've been looking at it here,
Your starter for
10. So we've got Cowell, lifetime best earlier this year, 4:13 worth 854 versus Ehammer's PB actually very close to 200 off that. 664 for 442. So that's about half a minute. But you feel when it comes to the adrenaline of being in the final, then perhaps Ehammer can hold on. But actually his performances this year in the 1500 haven't been that close to that PB. 457, 508. So it's just about how much he can dig in deep.
So Ruhr brings his participation in the javelin to a close. Now, Dario Desta. One personal best already for Desta.
Desta with a tentative clap and then a thank you to the crowd. Hasn't managed to find anything more in that final throw. Slamming the brakes on, using his hands as well. I've been told if you can use your other body parts to slow you down, it's actually kinder on all your joints. That looks like it could be a little bit over 50 meters. I don't think it's going to improve his overall points, just short of 700 for the Italian.
Yeah. He's a good 1500 meter runner as well. He's not carrying too much extra muscle from the point of view of being a particularly good thrower. Bit of a tall order, but he's not entirely out of medal contention. Certainly looks as though he's well on the way to a lifetime best. So this group put their training shoes on and wait for the 1500 metres in the decathlon coming up later on this evening.
We've got two pools of the men's high jump going on the opposite bend here in this track. Gianmarco Tamberi, the Olympic champion, asking for some support. The other Italian with silly socks. We saw Nick Ponzio down there last night in the men's shot put. This time Gianmarco Tamberi with a bit of flair. Growing out that beard, we'd expect to see it shaved half and half if he does make this final. Passed at 2:12, first time clearance at 2:17. And he's knocked it out the park, thanks to the crowd. 2:28, the automatic qualifying mark to make it into Thursday evening's final. They will get a rest day. So Tamberi almost waving before he hits the mat. And he's jumping in those big basketball shorts. You won't see him. There's a traditional kit underneath that. You can see the quick graphic there of the other athletes that have managed to make it over 2:17. Lots of athletes still in contention so far. Carmoy is in Group B as well for Belgium. European indoor bronze medalist a few years ago. And oh, that was, yes, yikes, his face says it all. It was a very good jump, good rhythm, good height, and just seemed to catch it with his calves right at the last minute, perhaps not whipping his legs up as fast as he needed to for how close he was to the bar. He didn't qualify for the World Championship final, Carmoy, so he'll be keen to try and do that here. So a whole load of men over 2:17. Schenko is in Group A. And a brilliant bronze medal for him at the World Championships. That was his 7th appearance at World Championships, but his first medal. So Schenko for Ukraine doing super well. He's expressed the difficulties he's had this year. And he has got his family out of Ukraine, but he said he's got no base in Europe whatsoever. So he'll just be living out a suitcase, competition to competition. Can't be very good for finding any training time. Staying with Group A, David Smith of Great Britain. Took him 3 attempts to go over 2:12, and that's a first failure at 2:17. He's done 2:25 this season. And his best finish out of 3 Commonwealth Games appearances in Birmingham, taking 9th place last week. David Smith really struggling to find his feet here in Munich so far. Sébastien Michaud of France, jumping next in Group A. Whole host of national medals to his name. Here, trying to find a little bit more. First time clearance at 2 meters and 12 centimeters. This is his first attempt at 2:17. That looked very nice. Great, I love it when these competitors have a chance to relax, to interact with the crowd. It's good for our sport, it's good for the fans, but it's just lovely to see athletes enjoying themselves. The Frenchman has done 2 meters and 23 this season. And that's going to do his bid to go to the final pretty... it's going to. I think my guess. I'm going to guess it's going to take 2:21, 2:28 is the automatic. Bar height before that is 2:25. I think we could see a few men manage it on 2:21. Joseph Adamek is the last athlete in the jumping order. Athlete from the Czech Republic, second at their national championships. And that's a first-time failure at 2:17, matching his record of 2 meters and 12 so far. Nearly there, he's almost wriggling in the air, trying to muscle his way over it.
Yeah, so 2:21 was needed at the last European Championships in Berlin. Before that, though, 2:25. It's interesting, though, sometimes in qualification, you have a group of athletes all over the same height. Some qualify and some don't, so it can be a little bit harsh, and that's why it can make the difference. A third-time clearance sometimes at that sort of height might make you a finalist.
I have a feeling, looking at the quality of the competitors here, I suspect 2:25 is going to be where there's the big shakeout. I would be surprised if we need to go up to 2:28, but 2:25 for my money would probably be where the majority of the competitors would need to be at to get over and assure themselves a place in the final.
Hamels of the Netherlands is up next. Won the European Under-23 Championships 9 years ago. That's still his personal best mark, 2 meters and 28, but 2 meters and 25 this season's pretty good. I love the facial expressions of these guys. Hamels saying, all right, I'm over, but it wasn't pretty.
No, Douwe Hamels has been the Dutch #1 for a very, very long time, best part of a decade. Hasn't really been another good Dutch high jumper that's come through.
Geersen Balde up next, still staying with Group A. He's had one failure at 2:17. Decent long jumper as well. American Javon Harrison trying to carve out a career in 2 seemingly very different disciplines. Still need to be able to generate a lot of force, a lot of spring. Balde only competing in the high jump here for Portugal. Going to need him to go away and have a think, because he has just got that final attempt at 2 meters and 17. Przybylko is the defending champion, made the final at the World Championships. He jumped his personal best, 2 meters 35 in 2017 and 2018. Too bad, 2 meters 30 this season. Very good showing for the German athlete, getting plenty of support here in front of the home crowd. Oh, so much height. It was just a bit before the bar, wasn't it? Phil, you know a bit more about high jump.
Yeah, Przybylko, it's far too far away. Probably needs to re-spot his marks, perhaps bring it in by about 30 centimetres. I mean, Maciej Przybylko at one point, as you rightly say, back in 2017, 2018, around the time when he won the European title, looked as though he was going to get up there and challenge the likes of Esteban Sheem and the other top jumpers in the world, but injuries in 2019, he's had a whole host of surgeries, and really it was only last year that he started coming back. Just glad to see him back, because he's a quite popular character amongst the German athletics team.
The bar has gone up to 2 meters and 21 in Group B. Everyone apart from an census of Turkey managed to get over 2 meters and 17. No, we lost Nathan Ismar of France, no heighted, couldn't get over the opening mark, the opening height of 2 meters and 12. He says 9 athletes approaching 2 meters and 17 in Group B. They're still working on 2 meters and 17 over in Group A. But Bogdan Bondarenko goes next. He's tying his shoes up. The Ukrainian athlete is number 3 all time. It is 2 meters and 42.
Shall I impart a little bit of high jumper knowledge here? You'll often see a lot of high jumpers tying up their shoes because they like them really almost excruciatingly tight, almost to even cut off the blood vessels, because they come very, very loose, and you exert such torque going around the bend, especially, you know, in the modern day flop technique, that your shoes are often almost wrenched a little bit loose as you're going around. So quite often high jumpers are frequently just tying up their shoes. And about 20 years ago they started with the Velcro straps that go right over the top of your shoe, just to give you that extra bit of tightness.
High jumping shoes, they look like they almost get towards basketball shoes every now and again. Not so much the version Bondarenko's wearing here, perhaps a bit old school.
Yeah.
Ukrainian's been around for so many years, but whatever he does tends to work for him.
Yes, of course, back in 2013, equalled the European record of 2:42. European record that had been around for a very long time. Patrick Schubery back in the 1980s.
The officials just taking their time. That big high jump bed will get shifted by these men, and the power that they land on it, you know, that force as they backflop onto it will shift it ever so slightly. The officials just taking their time to make sure it's positioned absolutely correctly. Bondarenko using all his experience. I remember very often in the Diamond League competitions that men's high jump would be towards the end of the programme. They were forever having to wait for the men's 100. We also had the women's 15 around the same time as the high jump as well. And I remember so many images of Bogdan Bondarenko just doing exactly this, having to keep his cool in the latter stages of a high jump competition. Hopefully not the latter stages here for the Ukrainian. The bar at 2 meters and 21. It's got a season's best of 2 meters and 24.
Bondarenko is one of the athletes who's actually stayed in Ukraine. He lives in the east of the country. He's been frequently blogging about the situation with the war in Ukraine.
And just a quick look back at Group A as they sort the bar out. This is a third and final attempt for Portugal's Balde. Oh, that was really close. Oh, and you can tell that was there for the taking. What a shame for Gerson Balde. Third time failure at 2 meters and 17. We do just have David Smith, maybe with a third time attempt. Bigko in trouble. Defending champion Matthias Bigko. Oh, miles over that. Absolutely miles over it. Look what that means to him. He does not want to bow out at the qualification stage when he's bidding to defend a title. That was a really great performance under pressure from the German athlete. Whew. That would have been nervous times for the home crowd. It was the biggest roar I think we've heard so far here at the Olympic Stadium.
Yeah, especially for someone who's been through so much over the last few years. I remember a competition where he and Tamberi were competing in different locations virtually during the pandemic.
Oh, Bondarenko, again, he had the height there, just catching it with his heels. It was a long wait for the Ukrainian athlete. As the officials sort that out. He took off very close to that left-hand side upright as well. We'll see a few adjustments for Bondarenko in his next attempt.
Yeah, it's just rather sadly, it's not the same Bondarenko that we saw back in 2013, 2014 when he won the European title in Zurich. The injury problems we've all talked about, has had a lot of problems as well with his technique.
Joel Clark-Khan up jumping next. He's over in Group B. Fifth at the recent Commonwealth Games. Not that far off a medal. Joel Clark-Khan, coached at the moment by certain Robbie Grabatz. I did see getting off the bus when we had those warm-up images.
Emily Borthwick is also involved in his coaching, and it's an unusual combination, someone who's a current athlete at their peak to be doing that as well.
That whole group in Birmingham, so well established. Awful lot of peer coaching going on down there with their current situation. And Joel Clark-Khan running that curve really, just a bit sluggish there for me, Joel Clark-Khan. You want to see a bit more zip as he came into the bar. It's been a long summer for our British athletes. Joel Clark-Khan going to the World Championships, Commonwealth Games, and now here at the European Championships. Looking up to the crowd, no doubt towards Robbie Grabatz to go, what am I going to do next?
Yeah, particularly for someone who hadn't been to a senior international championships before this year.
Oh, I do not like the look of that strapping on Jonathan Kapitalnik's leg. He really hurt his, looked like he got cramp in his calf at the World Championships, and when you saw heavy strapping on his hamstring, heavy strapping on his ankle, it wasn't that hard to figure out why something might happen in between. The Israeli athlete, so talented, brilliant European Juniors, World Junior double last summer. Massive clearance to win World Juniors. So much potential. He's improved his personal best to 2 meters and 30 this season, and that's, as he's saying, are miles in front of the bar. He barely had to, just steps off that bed. He's so tall. Israel, of course, having their most successful championships ever already. We're only in day 2. They've already picked up more medals than they've ever done so at European Championships.
I was going to say, nevertheless, he's still having problems. He doesn't look 100% fit by any stretch of the imagination. The penultimate stride there, he was chopping badly and he almost dipped, almost anticipating the takeoff.
Marco Fascinotti, probably second best Italian high jumper on paper. He's super consistent. He was the Italian #1 before Gianmarco Tamberi started developing his career and his CV. Marco Fascinotti, first attempt at 2m21. That was a nice clearance. Fascinotti used to train in Birmingham as well, part of that group based out by Perry Bart. And then he moved over to Alex Stewart, the Australian coach that's guided Eleanor Patterson and Stark of Australia to some brilliant major championship medals. Eleanor Patterson having a great summer.
Yes, he's been spending a lot of time in Australia, flitting between Australia and Italy.
Robbie Grabat's telling him, giving him a bit of insight. Robbie's going to have a busy night down there.
Yeah, Robbie Grabat's knowing him well. They used to train together.
Stafela of the Czech Republic. It's not too far off. That wasn't a bad attempt. European under-23 champion last year. European athletics put on so many fantastic championships to develop our athletes here in this continent. Under-18, under-20, under-23 and senior on the track, and then under-20, under-23 senior in the cross-country, a host of road events, throws, cups, multi-event competitions, race walking. Really do everything they can to help Europeans compete on the global stage. Antonios Merlos of Greece, first attempt at 2:21. They win it. They figured that out. Made light work of 2:12 and 2:17. Struggling a bit with 2:21.
Yeah, just didn't have the height, did he? It all went horribly wrong there. He's got 2 more attempts.
Need a high jump sign language interpreter. Some of it we can make out, some of it's quite obvious. And Gianmarco Tamberi just taking a moment to watch the other high jump bed. He's in Group B, Group A going alongside him. He's a social butterfly, but certainly knows how to focus in and commit himself to a competition. I say, come on guys, you're not listening to me. There they are. He's got them in the palm of his hand. First time clearance at 2:17. It was massive. Gianmarco Tamberi just getting a feel for the stadium. The athletes will have been able to do at least sort of 1 training session here. It's quite hard work to get yourself over from your hotel to this arena to check it out. Qualification can often be an opportunity to do that. And Gianmarco Tamberi, not as good as his attempt at 2:17.
Took off just a long, long, long way out. If I was being facetious, I said he'd take off about halfway to Stuttgart, but...
We don't mind facetious, Phil. It's absolutely fine, especially when you're a previous high jumper, you do actually know what you're on about. I need all the help I can get. Dario Amels over in Group A. First attempt at 2:21. He's done 2:25 this season. Amels, that's better, that's more like it. Looking good. It'd be great to see Amels close to his season's best in this qualification round. And he can go away, rest up, have a rest day tomorrow. See if he can get back up towards his very best 2:28. The bar in both pools now up to 2:21. Which Bilko having a go at this. That brilliant clearance, third time of asking at 2 meters and 17 was huge. And that is as well, soars over 2 meters and 21. Defending champion, just that slight hiccup. This in marathon terms or endurance terms would be a bad patch. And the start of that 217 height. But that 221 was so nice, so much speed across the bar.
Maybe I'm going to have to eat my words, though. I mean, I was thinking that at 225, given the quality of the jumpers, but they do seem to be having a few problems at 221. So far across the two groups, only 3 men have actually cleared this height.
It's a long summer, though. These athletes have been pretty busy with that World Championships already. Kamoy didn't make the final there. Be keen to make the final. Just slowed down his celebrations ever so slightly. Doesn't want to jinx himself. Phil, when I was growing up, I thought it was a rule you have to get off the mat. You know, if he made it, yeah, I think we used to see the athletes sprint off the mat.
That's what they used to teach you at school, I think.
Oh, what, just to help you get more jumps in and training?
I've seen 1 or 2 competitions, and admittedly, there's only one that comes along every few years, where the bar has been going up and down for a good 20 seconds before it falls off. The jumpers do get off the mat. No, it can take as long as it likes to fall. That's the old schoolboy thing, or schoolgirl thing, where if you got off the mat quickly,
okay, that's just the physical education teacher trying to get us all
speed things along.
So, as well, I'll continue selling that lie at my junior athletics club with the kids, because you're right, it does get them on and off the bed pretty quickly. Tobias Pocher of Germany looked really good there. First time clearances at every height, 2 meters and 21, giving him no trouble. Ivanov of Bulgaria has a clean card as well. This is his first attempt at 2 meters and 21. Ivanov, very relaxed there. He's a finalist at the Olympics in Rio. World Student Games champion. That's a brilliant, another competition out there that helps our athletes develop from juniors to seniors. Does give the bar a rattle. Tihomir Ivanov of Bulgaria is clear, equaling his season's best. Jonas Wagner, Germany, is up next. Third at the German National Championships. Would win their championships indoors, and that's a very nice clearance at 2 meters and 21. The Germans seem to be doing pretty well so far. Wagner, 2 thumbs up. Joins Ivanov, Fasanotti and Karmoy with a 2 meters and 21 clearance. And he's going to have to sit there for a little bit as the other athletes in his group B try and get themselves over 2 meters and 21.
So warming up for the men's 100-meter semi-finals, and for some athletes like Marcel Jacob, it's the entry into the competition, also like Zarnell Hughes as well. Hughes bidding to, of course, defend the title that he won in 2018. There is a British 1-2 ahead of Reece Prescott. There is Jimmy Vico of France, former European record holder until, of course, Jacobs ran faster at the Olympic Games in Tokyo. 9.86 remained his lifetime best. 10.1 this year in Montreux in June. So really exciting semi-finals, and of course they build up to the finals, which end tonight's session, women's and men's as well. So Dina Asher-Smith looking to defend her title in the women's events.
And it will be interesting for these men, those 2 rounds in one day. That's very much what they're used to on the circuit, if you like, on Diamond Leagues, Continental Tour Golds, those sort of competitions. They're very used to doing 2 events at the same time. Now, there's a bit of applause going around the stadium, and that's because the in-stadium announcers managed to find Shawnee Miller-Weibo and Noah Lyles. They're here just spectating the athlete from the Bahamas and the American not obviously able to compete here in the Europeans, and instead enjoying a bit of spectating, a bit of a pause in other competition opportunities to respect this European Championships. Not many events on the circuit for athletes to go and focus on, so instead they can come and be fans instead. Greek athlete, Melos, second time failure at 2 meters and 21. It's not quite finding enough oomph.
So it could end up being one of those occasions where the one jump could make quite a crucial difference. Still got all the men in this.
Back over to Gianmarco Tamberi. His clearance at 2 meters and 17 was massive, and then it wasn't a big failure at 2 meters and 21. He was kind of in the right ballpark, but it wasn't on the same coordinates as his 2 meters and 17 effort.
No, coordinates are absolutely right, because he was so far away, he was on a different map.
Do you think he will have moved some of that
without
Italian
a doubt, I'm sure
tape
he was.
Forward?
Yes.
See mismatched shoes as well. You often see, I think, the high jumpers jumping in mismatched shoes. I thought it might be a fashion statement. I think, again, like you were saying, Phil, to do that torsion. Small, like he just hung in the air. Tamberi seems to always find a way to get over the bar. He can make adjustments almost mid-air and kind of go, right, I'm going to have to slam the brakes on and hang in the air rather than carry much speed through it. But either which way, Tamberi gets himself over 2 meters and 21 at the second attempt.
You make a very good point about the shoes. If you look closely at his shoes, he's wearing a conventional sprinting spike on his right foot, and his takeoff foot, his left foot, he's got one of the high jump shoes with the spikes in the heel. A lot of jumpers prefer having a pair of shoes which actually have spikes in both heels, but he's gone for a sprint spike.
Bondarenko over in Group B. Oh, what a shame. That is final attempt for Bogdan Bondarenko, and don't think that'll be enough to see him into the final tomorrow night. So the previous world champion, number 3 all-time, Ukrainian Bondarenko, bows out on the qualification stage here at the European Championships.
Yes, for Bondarenko, it's just not there anymore, I'm afraid, regardless of what may or may not be going on in his homeland. The injuries that he had from really about 2018 onwards have just caused him so many problems.
But luckily for any Ukrainian fans out there, Protsenko is doing his very best to pick up the mantle. That bronze medal out in Eugene was inspired, and that jump was brilliant. Protsenko safely over 2 meters and 21 centimeters. I mean, that women's high jump competition could be so exciting. I mean, I don't want to get much carried away, Phil, but how about a 1-2-3 in the women's high jump for Ukraine?
Ooh, that's a good...
Is that a better bet than my 1-2-3 for Spain in the men's 1500 when I've forgotten about Jakob Ingebrigtsen?
I actually think it could be, yes. I think, it's entirely possible. I mean, when you think about Maruchik, Heroshenko and Levchenko, that's a distinct possibility.
Well, that bit later on in the programme, we have got a full 7 days of action here at the European Championships. Has Joel Clark-Kahn got any more days? Yes, he might do. Oh, that was a good effort from Joel Clark-Kahn, Great Britain and Northern Ireland, just sneaking himself over in his 3rd attempt, 2 meters and 21. Alex Seftel, commentating with us, did mention the countback could be super important. It did take Joel Clark-Kahn 3 attempts to get this 2 meters and 21. But he is over, and he gets to have a go at 2 meters and 25.
Yeah, it was the same in Eugene exactly, that he got over 3rd attempt 2:21 on that occasion. He needed to also do another clearance, so maybe he can just build some momentum off the back of that and go into 2:25 and continue as he's going.
Pitolnik of Israel has got a 3rd and final attempt at 2 meters and 21. This talented young Israeli clearly struggling with injury, and he's just not able to generate the power that we know he's got. Heavily strapped left thigh. He's one of 3 athletes that did that double European Junior, World Junior title that we've got here competing at the European Championships. We'll see the rest of them tomorrow, but Kapitolnik can't continue the good fortune of the Israeli athletics team here in the men's high jump. Can we get 2 Ukrainians into the final? Bondarenko has already bowed out. Potsenko going well. He's over 2 meters and 21. This, their third athlete. Third and final attempt at 2 meters and 21 for Doroshchuk. Yes! Phew! 2 meters and 21 has been a real challenge for a lot of these men.
Well, I think Doroshchuk is a huge talent for the future. He's got very similar capabilities to Protsenko. When you think that Protsenko, who we saw just a short while ago, is one of the very few men to have jumped 240, I have this feeling that there's a similar trajectory for him. As we watch David Smith, third attempt at 221, and he makes it. Good. Oh, the bar down. Sorry, from this angle it looked as though I was actually looking out on the field, and it did look as though he cleared it.
And we're just starting to have a look at the 2 pools. We're trying to collect 12 men. We've only got, I think, 7 or 8 over this 2 meters and 21, 7. So it could be 221 at the moment is good enough to make it into the final. We've got a few men down there on third attempts. David Smith, a lot of failures sort of on his cards. I don't think that's going to help him. I'm possibly a little bit delayed on my screen. It's got Joel Clark-Kahn down as not over 2 meters and 21 when he is. So I might have said that a little bit earlier. I still think 2 meters and 21 might be the height our athletes require. The show of France, no trouble 212, 217. And like so many of these men, 2 meters and 21 causing the Frenchman issues. Yes, brilliant, third time clearance from the show, great effort.
Yes, the results are a little bit behind there on the European Athletics website. You can also follow on the app for the European Championships as well. Another way to look across the schedule and everything going on across not just athletics but also other sports.
Bastien Michaud, like I say, he's got national medals for France. And this would be a great step up, another accomplishment for the Frenchman if he can get his way into this European final. Clearance over 2 meters and 21.
France have been a bit short of a good high jumper since the retirement of Mikhail Hanani. He was a 235 jumper, equalled the national record. He decided to hang up his spikes a few years ago, about 3 years ago. Michaud could very, very well fill those shoes. Coming along nicely at this stage and looks as though he's got a very good chance of getting himself into the final. As we look. So this is Doroshchuk. Well, they are moving the bar up to 225. There's 6 men who've cleared in this particular group. The other group is still going on at the moment. By my reckoning, in the other group, there's only 6 men, so perhaps a quick decision is going to be needed by the field referees. These men may be wanting to just wait a little bit and see what the field referees say, because it's entirely plausible that they could advance 13 men to the final, which would be frankly the sensible decision.
And I think you're right, Phil, that was the pause there. Hugs all round for these men. The official saying, don't worry, let's just leave it there. That's good enough. 2 meters and 21 is what it's going to take to make the final. The biggest smile might go to Bastien Michaud there of France. Dawi Amos as well looked pretty delighted. And a great knowledgeable crowd here in Germany. Pocher, we didn't see awful lot of him. And he quietly got on with his business. Fastanotti did as well. There was that brilliant clearance at 2 meters and 17 from Gianmarco Tamberi. That was great. And then he struggled in 2 attempts at 2 meters and 21. I'm not sure there was a standout performer there in their men's high jump. We're going to have to wait till Thursday night to get a look at them again in the final.
So there's the qualifying, all the 13 men that go through, including the World Championship medalist Andrei Protsenko and the young up-and-coming stars Oleg Doroshuk and Sebastian Michaud. Also going through, Jan Stafala of Czech Republic. Those are the men who didn't make it. No real surprises, I think. The men who went through did. They got over 2:21, and a few others to accompany them. We're just about to get underway with the second group of the javelin in the decathlon. This will be very interesting indeed, just to see how many of these men can close the gap and how much they do it on Simon Ilhammer, who's been the runaway winner ever since, runaway leader ever since the first event. He was the fastest man in the 100 meters and has stayed in front all the way through the first of 8 events. I have a feeling he's still going to be in front after event 9, but it's going to be potentially quite a tight contest if some of these men start throwing personal bests. We're talking about Nicholas Cowell, 79-meter plus thrower at best. Cowell, unfortunately, as we were saying, has had elbow surgery back in 2020. Hasn't been throwing those sort of distances, but can throw over 70 meters, even if he's not getting right up close to 80 meters. Here's Michael Weibo. We know his wife, Shani, the very good Bahamian 400-meter runner, reigning world champion in that event, is in the crowd. Weibo, that's a good start for Weibo. That's 62 meters for Weibo, best of 65.80.
Yeah, that was in Gotsis last year and it's worth 825 points. So relative to Ilhammer, only 53.46, which is worth 640. So that is 185 points more, if we can manage it.
62.74 takes him up into second place. 19 points ahead of Dario Desta as things stand at this very moment. Well, Samuelson, 15th at the moment. 65-meter javelin throw at best, so can probably anticipate moving up a few places. Just shy of the 60-meter line. He can do better.
Yeah, the Swedes haven't quite been in medal contention throughout this competition, but it's the battle for every place, the battle to get to the end for one, when you have the grueling challenge of the 1500 meters to come towards the end of this evening session. After a really long day and a tough schedule, it was very tight between the discus and pole vault, particularly as well, a little earlier on.
So Samuelson temporarily moves up into 9th place. Well, the big roar is for Kai Kazmarek. That's about 59 meters for the German.
Yeah, so Kazmarek, the bronze medalist from London 2017, the World Championships. A little bit disappointing this season for him, both here and at the World Championships in Eugene. But certainly the Germans can at least pull themselves up the standings. And I expect that Cowell will get a medal, even if he doesn't throw over 70.
So 60.08 for Kazmarek, who's in 5th place before the start of this competition, with this man, Sander Skirtheim. Dame is 20 years of age. 61.55 his best. It's about 5 meters short of it. 55.72. Marcus Nilsson, good thrower. He was the best thrower in the shot yesterday. 65 meters. Ooh. Talk about breaking with your body parts. That must be painful at this stage in the competition.
Nilsson trying to carry all that speed, all that power through. You could read people saying, you know, Jan Zelezny was the first person to really throw himself to the ground like that, and apparently it is less painful than slamming the brakes on, trying to put all that force through your ankle, through your knee. Doesn't look it though, does it?
Not from here, no.
Falling with style, is that what we call it?
Yeah, you're obviously going to end up with track burns on your hands and possibly your knees, but maybe your Achilles and your ligaments will survive. It's a bit of doing the cost-benefit analysis, I think. So, Janek Oglana. Oglana, fourth prior to the start of this competition. Just 9 points behind Michael Weibo. Oh, that's a really good throw from Oglana. Well, Oglana's thrown 72 meters plus in his lifetime, but that's really put him into contention for a medal. It's about 67 meters. Our result system has now started to behave itself. 67.17 for Oglana.
It's just lovely to see him smiling. I think really struggled out in Oregon, mid-competition injury, looked so uncomfortable. It's a sneak peek at Shawnee Miller-Weibo, just hiding behind the coaching team there.
Now Nicholas Cowell. We've talked a lot about him and his javelin throwing. What can the German produce? Well, the crowd are roaring it. Oh, 70 meters, there or thereabouts. Maybe a centimetre or two, but by far and away the best javelin we've seen this afternoon.
Yeah,
that's a big statement.
We said that even if he does throw a season's best, it will still be around 250 points more than Ehammer. So there's going to be some real pressure come that 1500.
Well, it is a season's best, and it moves him up into third place. 7,586 points.
Wow, could be pretty interesting if Nicholas Cowell can find anything else. He's so much better. Well, yeah, he is much better than Simon Ehammer at 1,500 metres, but that's going to be so interesting as we look towards that 1,500 metres. I wonder if the Swiss athlete is looking at this, or whether he's just getting a bit of physio, trying to relax and gets himself mentally and physically ready for that 1,500. Could require a monumental effort. Simon Ehammer, the pre-event favourite.
Well, this is the man in the silver medal position at the moment, Michael Weibo. And there's Shani Weibo. I finally found her. Down there, taking photos with her phone. Oh, he doesn't like that quite as much. Drops down at about 57 meters. Has he fouled? Not quite sure. I'm looking around to see whether... Yes, he has.
Save everybody some time.
Doesn't need to get it measured. Just been pushed down to fourth by Cowell. His compatriot Janek Oglana is in the silver medal position. Fredrik Samuelsson, well, sportingly being given plenty of cheers. Part of the chorus line here rather than one of the men in the spotlight. Not a bad effort. Probably not quite as good as his first round 60.57.
Made coming to a stop here looked really effortless and caught it clean. He was away in a flash.
I don't want to say anything too provocative, but maybe he didn't put enough effort in.
He wasn't slamming the brakes on. Not very much like a tennis or something where effortless means good, or long jump or triple jump or something like that, or even the heavy throws.
It is the javelin.
Well, I mean, sometimes you see athletes really side on.
So Kai Kazmarek had his first throw over 60 meters, 739 points. No. He's getting it measured, but it's not going to be as good as his first round effort.
There's Miltadis Tuntoglu ahead of the men's long jump final. He was just beaten towards the latter stages of the competition at the World Championships in Eugene by Wang Zhijian of China. But here he comes trying to defend his European title. That really got his name out there 4 years ago in Berlin. We saw a shot of Tobias Montler as well, who's in a number of competitions, including the European Indoors, has finished second behind Tuntoglu. But Montler looking impressive in qualifying, 8:38 this year, so just maybe the Swede could topple his Greek rival.
So we saw one Swede a few minutes ago. Now it's the other one in this group, Marcus Nilsson. Another thrower over 60 meters in the first round. No, it was good. Drifts down, 57-meter mark. The physique for a good javelin thrower. Obviously he's trying to balance everything with training for 9 other events, or I should say 8, because most decathletes don't train for the 1500 meters. They just grit their teeth when the gun goes.
I love talking to multi-eventers about the balance in all their training. You've got to keep yourself in touch with all those technical events, in tune with where your body is with the timing, whilst trying to build fitness, maintain fitness, robustness, so you don't get injured. It's such an art to juggle 10 events and not be tempted into the one that you're the best at as well. You've got to be disciplined to be proficient across all of them.
So Yannick Oglana, 67.17, a very good effort in the preceding round. That's another good mark, but it's not quite as far this time around. Drops down about 63 meters. Nevertheless, Oglana at the moment, silver medal overall. The Estonians always seem to do well in the throws. They've got good technical coaches, and of course in the individual events over the years they've had good success both in the javelin and especially in the discus with the likes of Gerd Kantner.
Magnus Kiert, individually in the javelin.
So, can Nicholas Cowell get over 70 meters? Can he close the gap on Yannick Oglana for the silver medal? Well, if the roars of the crowd were anything to go by, it would have sent it over 75 meters, but unfortunately it just drops rather badly short and he just steps over the line.
Reading some stats online, Cowell threw 72 and ran 4:13. Ehammer would need to run about 4:50, which, you know, there's a lot of people out there saying that Nicholas Cowell with his 4:13 has still got a shot at the gold medal. This is before this started as well, and he's nearly thrown 71. So it's definitely coming to crunch time.
So, Michael Weibo.
Michelle Samet, she's meant to be doing the stadium announcing, obviously getting an afternoon off. So good on Michelle, she'll be working very hard. And she's enjoying life there in between Shawnee Miller-Weibo and Noah Lyles, two newly crowned world champions. One of them keeping a very eager eye on her husband. He's asking for crowd support. Noah Lyles, game league, clapping along.
So 62.74 with his first effort, his best effort so far. Third and final attempt for Michael Weibo. No improvement for Weibo, so it stays at 62.74. 779 points for Weibo. His overall tally rolls along to 7,567 points.
So as things stand, you've got Ehammer leading it now from Eglane, as you mentioned, 217 points, and Cowell in third, 256 behind, having taken 264 out of Ehammer, so over half of that margin that was in place before, and then we were here in fourth overall.
Fredrik Samuelsson, we see a lot of him around the international circuit as far as the multi-eventers goes. He barely misses a major competition. Hasn't got too many medals to his name, but he's always very consistent, it has to be said. So no improvement for Samuelsson, 63.53 in the last round. And he steps over. Samuelsson moves up a couple of places overall to 13th as things stand at the moment. This is Kai Kazmarek. As expected, roars from the German crowd. That's just over 60 metres. Might be a centimetre or two better than that 60.08 that he had in the first round.
And points mean prizes. Every centimetre counts in the overall standings. Like Kazmarek willing it down the field.
Nervous wait for Kazmarek. Can he stay in medal contention? 61.23 for Kazmarek. So just about 3 metres down on his best, but still a very, very good performance from the German.
I wonder if the Swiss fans are doing the same frantic calculations we are. We would all have loved, I'm sure, up there in that little pod of Swiss fans to see Niklas Cowell just do a modest kind of 68, 67, just help them out. Instead, over 70 metres. When the conversation started about whether Simon Ehammer can hold on to gold stop time. Do you think that was over the line, Phil?
Yeah, I don't think he's going to have that measured. So his best, 56.48. I have a feeling, though, in 2 years' time, when we get to Rome, we're going to see Skotime challenging for gold. Whether that's against Ehammer, whether it's against Niklas Cowell, the trajectory of this 20-year-old from Norway is quite stratospheric. So Marcus Nilsson. .60.48 for Nilsson. He's just operating a little bit below his best, about 5 metres below his best at the moment. Can he pull one out? A clutch effort. That looks good from this angle. Oh, indeed it is. Yes, it is. Certainly an improvement. Not a personal best, but about 62.5 meters. That adds to his point score. Just a really quick pull through, good strong effort and release, and the right angle as well. And the Swedish coach likes it.
Love that reaction. The ethos in the Swedish team, they really like everybody to have fun, everyone to feel like they're noticed and they're welcome, and that their performances matter. And you can certainly see that reflected in the coaching team there.
Yeah, 66.69. It was indeed a personal best, an improvement by just over a meter for Marcus Nilsson. So Jannik Oglana through 67.17 in the proceeding. In the first round, also had a throw over 66 meters. Throwing at a very high level. Oh, what a superb effort by Oglana. Not quite a personal best, I don't think, but nevertheless adds to his points tally.
Either of you two know what his 1500 meter personal best is? I don't.
Yeah, 4:39.29. I was just looking at that. Was what he was running, what he ran this year, and back in 2016 you have to go to when he ran 4:34. So maybe a little bit slower is more likely, perhaps.
70.94 for Oglana.
Respectable 1500 meter personal best for the Estonian. I was just wondering, whether it was massively good or massively bad, what that could do.
It's basically right in the middle of Cowell and Ehammer. I've just done a calculation, by the way, based on the javelin. 4:15 for Cowell and 4:55 for Ehammer would mean Cowell wins by 1 point.
Wow.
That's a big, big gap, isn't it? 40 seconds on the track.
Oh, he likes that. He likes it a lot. It's a huge, huge effort from Nicholas Cowell. Just drops down just short of the 75-meter line. Well, he responds when he needs to. That's his best effort for several years. Nicholas Cowell, the crowd behind him, produces the best throw of this javelin competition in the decathlon. Outstanding performance. The last thrower in the javelin and the furthest throw to boot.
Nicholas Cowell patiently waiting for his mark. The crowd are on their feet, they're cheering. And he's seen it, we haven't seen it yet. 76 meters and 5 centimeters in the penultimate event in the men's decathlon. Nicholas Cowell, could he cause the upset of the championship so far? Everybody has been talking about Simon Ihammer. Poor Alex Settle, our co-commentator, had already done his calculations. He's going to have to tear those up and redo them. We thought Cowell would need to beat Ihammer by around about 40 seconds. Totally possible on their personal bests. But that job might have just got a tiny bit easier for Nicholas Cowell and this home crowd. I'm just thinking about, was it Ash Maloney who was pace made by a teammate in Tokyo to help him to that bronze medal? There's a few Germans in the crowd, there's a few Germans in that 1500 meter field. Could we see them have a team effort for Nicholas Cowell and help him perhaps snatch this gold medal in the men's decathlon?
So 178 points now between Simon Ihammer and Nicholas Cowell. Cowell by far and away the best 1500 meter runner. Still in third place, splitting Ihammer and Cowell. It's Jannik Oglana.
So it's basically less than half a minute, isn't it? Without doing the exactitude of it.
Ooh, I think it's considerably less than half a minute now. Yeah. I'm thinking it's getting towards about 20 seconds, isn't it? I'm just using a bit of rough mental arithmetic. 178 points.
178, need to divide that by 7. I'm going to embarrass my dad by getting out my smartphone instead of doing that in my head. 7.8 divided by 7 seconds per 7 points per second, 25 seconds.
It's possible. It's possible.
It is so possible, Phil. Wow. This is why we love decathlon. People say it takes up a lot of time in the programme. These poor men have got to lug around huge suitcases with all their equipment in, but it is so worth it for moments like this. The javelin bringing the drama, as it often does.
Now, if this is to turn into a battle for gold between Ehammer in first place and Cowell in third, how does it look for the bronze? It'll be a battle between Oglana and Weibo. Throw in Desta as well, possibly.
Yeah, those two mainly, really. You've got Weibo, who is at the moment over 100 points off his teammate, though. So Oglana's previous throw really helping him, going over 70 metres there. But Weibo was well back, of course. I think he was outside the top 10 earlier today, and the pole vault 5:30 there, same as what he did in Eugene, was particularly helpful to really push himself right up into second place at one point.
Simon Ehammer with he's not broken 5 minutes this season. If he won Gottsitz, that was brilliant. If he can't find a tiny bit more here today in Munich, which you'd expect him to, he'd rise to the occasion, empty the tank at this stage in the season. I mean, is he even looking at silver, or could he get nudged down into bronze?
Well, there was a very similar situation just a couple of weeks ago at the Commonwealth Games. Now, I know that involved a non-European athlete, Lyndon Victor. Victor, a much worse 1500-metre runner, I'll come back to that, but there you can see Nicholas Cowell, 76.05, 982 points, the best performance ever by a decathlete javelin thrower. There's the whole rundown. Dario Desta still very much in contention, 57.24, a personal best for him. Simon Ehammer just shy of his best with 53.46. Full list of people, including the ones that are no longer part of this competition, including the world record holder Kevin Meyer, who didn't last beyond the 100 metres. Yeah, so Lyndon Victor, going into that decathlon, he was in a great deal of pressure. The Grenadan, not a good 1500-metre runner at all, and dug deep and smashed his personal best by over 5 seconds, and he was in all sorts of trouble at the end. There's the men's decathlon standings after 9 events, and it's still Simon Ehammer leading the way at the moment, but it's Oglana in second place and Cowell in third. Simon Ehammer with 7,842 points, just over 150 points ahead of Oglana, and then 178 points to Nicholas Cowell. As we say, we anticipate the battle for gold to be between Ehammer and Cowell, Oglana and Weibo, and just possibly Dario Desta battling for bronze. But let's just see how it all really does unfold later on.
Yeah, so another quick rough prediction. Let's say it's a realistic time again for Cowell to run 4:15, couple of seconds of what he did in Eugene, 846 points. If Ehammer ran 4:40, he would still win. But if he ran 4:45, that would mean Cowell wins.
If Sandra Perkovic is at all on top of that drama. 3 German women in the discus final coming up. They're checking the implements there, deciding what they're going to throw with. They will have heard the roars, and surely there's not too much going on in the stadium, having a wonderful focus on the field events, so they must know that roars for the male decathletes, and they can hope it's for their teammate.
So women's 100-metre athletes warming up, and an interesting battle between the British teammates, Daryl Nita and Dina Asher-Smith, and also, I was just about to say, the Swift runner on cue, Mujinga Kambuji. She's had the better season than Ala Del Pont, and Kambuji with a new national record of 10.89. They've kind of been trading them between them. Meanwhile, Daryl Nita actually beat Dina Asher-Smith at the British Championships earlier this year. Don't discount the Germans as well. They got a terrific relay medal with the likes of Rebecca Haase, Tatiana Pinto and Gina Lukkenkemper. Imani Lansico, really good opportunity for her, someone who's won so many international medals because they've got a very settled relay team, but to actually get some individual good performances in the bag. If she can make the final, she'll be delighted with that. But we are going to see this first semi-final of the men's 100 coming through soon. So top athletes receiving a bye straight through to these semi-finals. There will be 3 of those, with the athletes getting ready to come out. And I've been told that when we get to the final, there will be some excitement inside the stadium, as we've seen over the last few years. A bit of special effects. I won't ruin the surprise completely, but we'll just wait and see. So that obviously coming up at the end of this evening's session will be the men's final and then the women's following that. Right at the end, following the decathlon 1500 meters. So that will be at 25 to 10 local time, Central European time, and then 10:15 is when we start off with the men's 100 with the women's after that.
Noah Lyles and Friday doing the dance cam. Bit of twerk there from the red squirrel. I have seen some native red squirrels down in the English Garden on my run, but Noah Lyles very gamely joining in, giving the fans what they want.
Have you seen a squirrel that size, though? I don't think you have. No, that's Friede, the mascot. We haven't seen much of him during the first day, but he's been around. He's been down at the race walking course this morning. I saw him on a few of the clips when we were commentating this morning. No time to worry about the wildlife now. We've got the men's 100 meters.
Yes, I mean, if you saw a squirrel that size, I'm sure it would have stopped your run straight in your tracksuit and well off your pace.
Probably fainted.
No, luckily a very normally sized squirrel.
I think any faint would have been heat stroke in some of the temperatures we've had so far at these championships. A little cooler now, as you can probably tell, heading towards a nice sunset, and also towards these 3 semi-finals. It will be the first 2 in each, and then 2-time qualifiers, so it becomes much tougher, as it always does, really, heading to these. So Zarnell Hughes winning the title in Berlin 4 years ago. The last man to defend the men's 100 European title. Any guesses? Begins with a Le, ends in a maitre. There's a big clue for you. The Frenchman. So incidentally as well, 10.2, 10.21, 10.22 needed to make the final at the last 2 European Championships. This is Henrik Larsson. He's very close to breaking the Swedish national record, but not perhaps having his best season. That was really in 2019, where he won the European under-23 title. There we are, the Swedish contingent all decked out. Kaihan Urza, he won the Balkan title in June, improving to 10.24 this year in Bursa, in his home country. This is Jeremiah Azu, who to some extent stunned the likes of Zarnell Hughes and Rhys Prescott to take the British title in a windy 990. And this is his time on the big stage, but it was also at the Commonwealth Games for Wales, where he finished 5th. Jimmy Vuko, who we saw warming up earlier, was the European record holder jointly with Obikwelu, 9.86 at best. 10.1 this year. 5 times a medalist at these European Senior Championships. Zarnell Hughes alongside 9.91 at best. Had a decent season, a few false start stutters, but all part of maturing as an athlete and gaining experience in competitions where the most is at stake. Lucas Anza-Pepra, he's someone gaining experience. He has yet to break 10 seconds, but very close to it. Perhaps this could be the occasion on home soil. Markus Fuchs of Austria, he's a 12-time Austrian champion, and that's just outdoors, 10.15 in Eisenstadt last month. And then Pascal Mancini. So all the German-speaking nations at the outside lanes. 10.2 this year in Bulle in Switzerland at the age of 33. It was his 2nd Swiss 100-meter title that he won this year. So, hands on hips or a slap at the chest. Finishing touches to race preparation to get this semi-final underway. And just the 2 rounds for some of these athletes, others coming through the qualification heat. And then that final tonight. Look at the focus of Jeremiah Azu. So full lineup: Larsen, Urza, Azu, Vico, Hughes, Ansa Pepra, Fuchs and Mancini. The first semi-final of the men's 100 metres. So wait for the athletes to get still in these blocks. Couple was slow to rise there. Fantastic start from Urza. Azu trying to chase him down. Look how much work Hughes has to do, but he is coming through now. Zarnell Hughes very close with Azu and Vico. Wind showing as 0.0, 10.3 for Hughes. And he really had to motor in the second half of that race to make sure he was in the top 2 positions there. The defending champion, Zarnell Hughes. And, well, as I said, it's all about kind of learning and maturing and producing your best. Zarnell Hughes, he often does that, but can he put it all together come the final? Because Jeremiah Azu, often a rocket out of the blocks, an excellent 60-metre runner. Looks like he'll join him in the final, and could well be more to come from him also.
A great run from Zarnell Hughes. When he can run relaxed and run fluently and have the momentum, he looks supreme in the last 20 or 30 metres. And Zarnell Hughes looking every bit the European champion that he is. He's held that title for 4 years. Should have had an edition in Paris 2020. That got cancelled with the pandemic. So Zarnell Hughes has very gamely held on to the title of fastest man in Europe for an extra couple of years. And those couple of years haven't necessarily been kind to Zarnell Hughes. Disqualified at the Olympics in his individual event, and then kind of post the event, 4x100 silver medal getting taken away from the British team. But Zarnell Hughes bounced back, silver medal at the Commonwealth Games over 200 metres and a gold for that British team. Jeremiah Azu sneaking into second place. He was competing for Wales at the Commonwealth Games, so back with his British teammates here in Munich. Brilliant second place for Jeremiah Azu. And Jimmy Vico, great to see him back to his best this season. And that race for me, he's going to be pretty frustrated with that, not to automatically qualify, to have to sit and wait for non-automatic qualifying spots in the hot seat. This has been a feature of many European athletics events, and I think it's fine. They give the athletes the choice. They're not forced to stay here. Vico and Ansa Pepler gamely, they are sitting down. This is a great visual for fans. Those are the 2 athletes at the moment occupying the non-automatic qualifying spots.
Yeah, sometimes there's so much information, isn't there? It's good to know who is at that point ready and waiting should they be needed for that final.
We see a face to the name, so to speak. There's plenty of faces down here. Robert Michon, content to watch on. Jade Lally, we're seeing her 2 Great Britain and Northern Ireland teammates through automatically there. These women are all focus. Christian Puntz looked great in qualifying, just gave 1 throw. Van Klinken's been terribly busy so far. We're only on day 2 of the European Athletics Championships, and she's done an awful lot. 2 Croatians in this final. Young Tolj joining Sandra Perkovic. It was a last-minute gasp. Irina Rodriguez had to wait a long time to see if her Group A mark was going to be enough to make this final, and it was just. Reece Prescott, I was going to say he's not lying down. No, we've seen him do it this season. That would be a kind of glute hamstring activation exercise from Reece Prescott. He's had some torrid times with injuries in the last couple of years, Reece Prescott, so knowing that he has to do that. Mohamed Fall of France, windy 9.99 at Fall. He's not managed to match that legally. Reigning bronze medalist Jack Ali Harvey, Turkey, picked up a silver in 2016, bronze in Berlin. That's a good sportsmanship there from Jimmy Vico. I'm sure he's really going to feel like smiling. It was a frustration for the French team. They won their heat at the World Championships and then got disqualified. Let's see if they're going to get any redemption come that 4x100 team event. The Great Britain to compete with, a very strong team here. The second semi-final in the men's 100 metres. Jan Volko of the Slovak Republic goes in lane 1. He's got a gold, silver and bronze from the European indoors over 60 metres in recent years, so watch out for a fast start from lane 1. Carlos Nascimento made the semi-final in the 60 metres at a global stage back in Belgrade at the World Indoor Championship. So these two in lanes 1 and 2 could be lightning out of the blocks if they can get it right today. Owen Anser of Germany goes in lane 3. No relation to Lucas Anser-Pepler. In lane 1, they do train together. The athlete from Heat 1 who's occupying the second non-automatic qualifying spot. Lane 4 is that reigning bronze medalist Jack Ali Harvey, Mediterranean champion this year. 10.15 in the 2022 season. Citra Ali of Italy goes in lane 5. Very tall comparisons to Usain Bolt. He's that tall. Has he got the power and the stride length we saw Usain Bolt develop through his career? Italian doing super well so far. Rhys Prescott of Great Britain and Northern Ireland goes in lane 6. Took that silver medal behind his teammate Zarnal Hughes in Berlin. Very injured, deconditioned during COVID. He was quite open about disruptions. Really got himself back into shape superbly well this season. Mohamedou Fall of France goes in lane 7. Windy 992 in US, did a long training camp out there at Easter. And it's a good time, but he's not matched it without the wind reading. And completing the lineup in lane 8 is Poland's Dominik Kopecz, four-time national champion, 10.2 this season. The athletes in lanes 4, 5, 6 and 7 skipped that opening round. Volko, Nascimento and Kopecz had to do that yesterday. It's just 2 automatic qualifiers into this evening's finals. Pretty stiff qualifying criteria. Shimi Vico and Lucas Anser-Pepler occupying the non-automatic qualifying spots at the moment with 10.18 and 10.19. Times that are very achievable by this field.
Stand up, please. Stand up, stand behind the block.
The official just inviting the athletes to stand up, reset. Crowd not too happy with that, but if they're not totally content that the field are settled and they're ready, it's far better to give the athletes and the officials time to start a race correctly.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if they weren't too happy. It was just an ooh of a bit of drama, excitement. We have had a few collector's items.
Chris Cohen, we had a number of busy athletes and officials this summer, commentators, broadcasters and whatnot. Chris Cohen, the official, just there with the orange armband. He's been absolutely everywhere, including the British National Championships, probably a few national leagues as well. But the men just settling their nerves, a green card being shown to the whole field.
Yes, it was a very unsettled field, and they were held quite a long time as well in the on your marks position.
So the athlete with the fastest season's best and personal best, Rhys Prescott in lane 6 of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Great 9.93 in Oslo towards the start of this track season. Ali of Italy, Harvey of Turkey, Anser of Germany. Right down close to that 10-second mark.
Set.
And the camera focusing on Harvey of Turkey, he definitely didn't rise the quickest. Could have been a twitch. I couldn't see anything to the naked eye there. Alex?
Yeah, it was almost as though the gun went at the same time as it was recalled, but yeah, incredibly fast. So that means that it was a faulty start.
Right, it was a very quick decision to false start them. A bit of it. There is a bit of a twitch there from Jack Ali Harvey of Turkey. Very experienced athlete. You can see the graphic. He is underneath that 0.1 reaction time. Shakes his head. He's perhaps sensed it, his body language straight away. And you can see there he's just lifted. He didn't drive out of the blocks. And that's not ideal. That wouldn't give you a particularly fast start. You want to be almost sinking into your blocks. And Chris Cohen, chief referee on his arm, issuing a yellow card to the Turkish athlete. So Harvey lives to fight another race.
Yellow card, lane 4, delaying the start.
So a yellow card being awarded for delaying the start. So perhaps the officials, they do try and wait for the athletes to all settle in their block before starting. So perhaps they viewed that twitch from Jack Ali Harvey as kind of, just not having the discipline quite to settle. So third time into the blocks. These men will be used to this, as happens on the circuit. Great to see no disqualification so far. All 8 athletes back into their blocks. And that, for me, was a lot clearer to the naked eye. Jack Ali Harvey, again, of Turkey. Sitra Ali of Italy. I think that's frustration. Let's just get this race going. He got a long way down the track, actually. Sitra Ali and the Italian fans probably here for Le Mans Marcel Jacobs, but they'll be delighted to have Sitra Ali to celebrate as well.
Well, you're getting your money's worth if you bought a ticket and you're Italian tonight with Gianmarco Tamberi as well. Yes, very clear. Medalist at the last 2 Europeans. Disqualified, I would imagine. I think it's very clear that he's going to be given his marching orders.
So they were not lenient necessarily previously, but they gave Jack Ali Harvey the benefit of the doubt, and he just can't do that again, not when you look at that image in that replay. So that will be the end of the competition for the reigning bronze medalist, Jack Ali Harvey. Been a privilege to have all 3 medalists returning to a competition, and a shame to see Jack Ali Harvey exit before he's even crossed the finish line. Had a bye in that first round.
Just wonder whether he was feeling confident about his own fitness. He hasn't really reached the peaks of when he was running in 2016 and 2018 and getting medals at the European Championships. Only run 10:15 this year, and his form has been quite spotty. At his best, the Turkish record holder at 9:92.
Jimmy Vico, that his face did not look like a thumbs up. Physically being going right. 4th time into the blocks for this second heat in the men's 100-meter semi-final. They get away, no issues this time. A fast start from the 60-meter specialist in lane 1 and 2, like we expected. But surely the big hitters in the middle will come through in the latter stages. Reece Prescott getting into his running. He takes the win just ahead of Sitra Ali of Italy. Great run from Volko of the Slovak Republic to hold on there. I think he will automatically qualify. Ali and Reece Prescott has left it till the last minute. Reece Prescott, for me, is an athlete. When he gets nervous, when he gets tense, it really shows in his performances. He muscled that out superbly well. Personal best for Sitra Ali. Volko certainly nudging out Nancy Pepler. And Jimmy Vico is out of there as well. We have 2 new non-automatic qualifiers. We're going to have to go and occupy those seats.
Well, Reece Prescott came through very strongly over the final 50 metres. Not the best of starts by any stretch of the imagination as we look at the replay. Prescott, a lot of ground to make up over the final 50 metres. Volko just tiring over the last 20. Sitra Ali also coming through very strongly for a personal best for the Italian, taking 300ths off his previous best. Volkov would be very pleased with that. Not far from his own best either. Volkov 10:13 man, but that was a while ago, best known as a quick starter on the indoor circuit. So there we go, that 10:13 confirmed for Volkov, equals his national record, but not yet confirmed with a place in the final, nor Mamadou Fall. We've got one heat still to go. Ali Harvey still there. That looks like he's shaking hands with Emre Barnes, who's coming up in the next heat. Just explaining what's going wrong, but it's all too late for him as we look out into the warm-up area for the men's 5,000 metres final.
Isaac Kameli's got a pair of silver medals at the European stage, both behind Ingebrigtsen brothers. He's going to have a go with Jakob Ingebrigtsen again. The Hamburgman Kripper could be trying to place a bid for another senior medal. So many medals through the age groups. Jakob Ingebrigtsen almost didn't bother with the age group championships, taking that double title here over the 1500 and 5K in Berlin. Is he just 17? I was trying to do my maths.
No, he was 18.
18, all right. Just gets younger every time we commentate, Hunt. Like Christian Che gets taller every time we mention him. Jakob Ingebrigtsen gets younger. Discus women being led out of the call room. And we'll get to take a lot of their equipment out into the infield. We're going to do some warm-up throws. And then we will present them, as is every finalist, right? We've got some lovely LED light gates down trackside. There's a lot of fans here tonight. The queues were big outside. They really spread themselves around this stadium.
So now the third heat. The men were tucked in under the tunnel there, just waiting to come out after the second heat had finally been concluded after all those false and faulty starts. There's the man who many people have also come to see, Lamont Marcel Jacobs. Olympic champion, world indoor champion, and then has been struggling with injury since the end of the indoor season. Couldn't start in Eugene at the World Championships, where so much was expected of him. But he's still the European record holder after that World Championship win last year, Olympic Games win last year of 980. There's Mamadou Fall, keeping his fingers crossed. So on the inside, lane one, Przemysław Śląskowski, semi-finalist in 2016. Didn't get out of his heats 4 years ago in Berlin. Best of 10:19. This is the three-time national champion from Belgium, Kobe Vlamink. Right, Śląskowski came through the first round. Julian Wagner, semi-finalist at last year's European Indoor Championships over 60 metres, a quick starter. Now the man who might just get one of the biggest roars of the evening, Lamont Marcel Jacobs. Last year 980, this year struggling at times, 10:042 his name. Here's a man who's broken 10 seconds this year. Remember Michael Zeze, 9.9 in Switzerland back in June.
Champion in 2000.
Oji Edeburen. A new phalanx of talented British runners. Got a late call up to run for England in the Commonwealth Games. Israel Olatunde, personal best of 10:19 in yesterday's first round, just 1/100th away from the Irish record. And on the outside, Emre Zafir Barnes, so long the number 2 Turk, in the shorter sprint behind Jack Ali Harvey. Now 33, he was 7th in the Berlin 2018 final. Well, the top men have been seeded into the central lanes. So it's Wagner, Jacobs, Zeze and Edeburen. Keep an eye out as well for Olatunde. He looked very sharp in the first round yesterday. So as they settle into the blocks, one more time. from the inside. Slozakowski of Poland, Fleming, Belgium, Wagner, Germany, Jacobs, Italy, Zeze, France, Edeburen, Great Britain, Olatunde, Ireland, and Barnes of Turkey. Well, Edeburen has got away rather sluggishly, but Marcel Jacobs, after a slow start, has really turned on the afterburners and has then just wheeled it back. His fastest time of the season, unofficially 10 dead, with just the slightest breeze on his back. Looks like Zeze might have got second place, started well, but then couldn't resist the thrust of Jacobs over the second half of the race. Jacobs, 10 dead. Olatunde got up. I didn't see him coming up, but it looked like it was going to be Zeze. But Olatunde sneaked in for second place. Just 100th off that place, off that time that he got yesterday. Zeze squeezed out. It's going to be his compatriot, Mamadou Fall, instead, along with Jan Volkov. Slozakowski, he was never in the race as far as the two automatic qualifiers, but a good run from him at 10:24. Edeburen, I expected a lot from him, having run 10:07 so far this season, and a best of 10:04 just didn't happen.
Marcel Jacobs just looked supremely confident, didn't he? And sailed his way through, away from the competition. We'll have to have another look at that battle for that second spot with Olatunde in lane 7 in the green of Ireland. As you said, Edeburen was trying to close down, but had so much work to do. Zeze as well. Perhaps another angle will help us better. And look at Jacobs, he was just almost trying to stop before the line like a javelin thrower. But that is incredibly close. And I tell you what, I mentioned that 10.2 needed to get through to the last couple of finals. This time a 10th faster than that, so that's pretty quick for everyone that will be in the European final tonight.
And I did say look out for Israel Olatunde. Had to come through the first round yesterday, wasn't seeded, but he's a young man at 20 years of age who's brought his A game here. He's going to be a real power next year in the European under-23s as well.
Olatunde continuing the season of his life. There are your 8 men that will go through to the final at 10:15 this evening, highlighted by the Olympic champion, Le Mans Marcel Jacobs of Italy. Big questions about what form he was in. He had to withdraw from his semi-final at the World Championships, but boy, did he look great then. Shut it down with 80 metres to go and still ran 10 dead to top the list of qualifiers into the final.
And despite the best efforts of Reece Prescott, I have to say, Le Mans Marcel Jacobs is by a very long way and some very short odds going to be the favourite.
So men's long jump final is the next action. There are the medals, but who will they go to? A couple of British athletes in this. Renaud Benigo, who just flashed through the screen there. Twice the British champion 2020 and then again this year. This is Marko Čeko of Croatia, having a decent championships, which kicked off with a medal in the women's marathon and winning the men's shot put title last night. Hector Santos, the 2019 European under-23 silver medalist with a best of 8:19. This is Ingar Kiplesund of Norway. You can see a little way off his 8:10 lifetime best, but not that many men in Europe are over 8 meters this year. Of course, the best is Simon Ehammer, who's concentrated on the decathlon here. Jacob Finch of Dukes, his best jump of this year was actually in qualifying, 7:86. Recent performance from him. Lazar Anic, the Mediterranean Games silver medalist, and he was 6th at the European indoors last year in Torun in Poland. And the second Norwegian, Henrik Flotnes, just 20 years of age. Norwegian long jump and triple jump champion. You so often see the talent across the two. 7.95 at best. Jules Pommery of France, another up-and-coming athlete, European under-20 champion 3 years ago in Sweden. 8.17 this year. So one of few athletes who've actually improved in 2022. Radek Juška of the Czech Republic. He was second at the European indoors back in 2015. Even though he's some 20 centimetres off his best, 8.11 still looks good in this competition, but I fancy Eusebio Cáceres has a better chance of a medal. Experienced athlete, he's finished fourth a couple of times, including at the 2014 European Outdoor Championships in Zurich, in 2017 indoors. Looked decent in qualifying, but Tobias Montler could be the opportunity that he takes the gold. He seemed to be behind Tentoglu at multiple competitions, including the World Indoors and European Indoors as well. 8.38 though this year. Not dissimilar to Kari Sagnier in trying to get that full potential out of the long jump. Tentoglu though, he really is the man to beat. Olympic and European champion indoors and out. Third European all-time as well. 8.55 this year. So unlucky at the World Championships. He was leading, tried to eke out a bit more and extend his lead, and maybe sometimes you begin to believe that little bit extra that you are going to become the champion, and then someone comes along and overtakes you.
That'll be a really fascinating men's long jump final. All 12 of the athletes will get 3 attempts, and then we'll whittle it down to 8 for the final 3. And these 100-metre semi-finals are trying to get us down to 8 finalists as well. We've settled those men for the final. Now we've got 3 women's semi-finals.
Yeah, really exciting, and again some inter-team battles that we just gave you a flavour of before. There's Daryl Nita, so she beat Dina Asher-Smith at the British Championships, then 10.90 at the Commonwealth Games, and been really consistent in fact. 5 sub-11 performances this year with 2 more windy times as well. So right in the inside, this is Milana Tenanic. She squeezed through as one of the time qualifiers. The best of 11.37 this year. Lots of representation for Serbia at these champs. Magdalena Stefanovic, the Pole, 21 years of age. 5 years ago, she won World Under-18 silver, 11.35. That's her PB set in Denmark in June. Zainab Dosso has set a 60-metre national record this year, and part of the 4x1 quartet that did the same. That was in Eugene. They were 8th in the final there, 11.19. And then Imani Lansiko, so many relay medals for her, completing the set at the Commonwealth Games as well, Olympic, World and European before that. Top step of the podium in Berlin with Asher Phillip, Daryl Nita and Dina Asher-Smith. But this is the real great opportunity for her individually. As we've already seen for the men, sometimes when you have 2 teammates closely matched, they knock each other out. Gina Lukenkemper, 10.95 at best, very close to that. And of course, very few women under 11 seconds this year. Listen to that noise. One of the other European women under 11 this year, of course, Daryl Nita, Commonwealth silver medalist. And that, again, was her real chance to shine and back up that British Championships victory as well. Geraldine Fry, well, Mujinka Kambuji takes so many headlines to that new national record, and then Del Pont with a European indoor title, but she is making a name for herself, improving to 11.23, and she won the Swiss 200-metre title this year. And some of the Swiss contingent with not too far to travel, and then the 12 times Portuguese champion on the outside, That is Lauren Bazzolo. 11.26 this year. I think she had one of her best races that I've seen for a while in the heat to come through for this. Obviously the likes of Nita coming straight through to this. Lukenkemper as well. So it's identical qualifying conditions to the men, if you were with us a few moments ago. First two in each heat. And then two-time qualifiers across the three semi-finals. Tinanic, Stefanovic, Dosso, Lanzico, Lukenkemper, Nita, Fry and Bazzolo. The first semi of the women's 100s. Well, that was a bit of a later second recall gun sound there. Again, hard to spot. It did look like Stefanovic moved a little early. It was interesting to note with the Turkish athlete Harvey, his well, reaction time was well before, so it was like he was moving before that start, was given that yellow card, and then really was a warning of what was to come, because he ended up being DQ'd. I don't know if you saw anything here, Hannah.
Right, Stefanovic, the pole. You can see she's leaning so far forward. Is she the one that moves first? Oh, it could be lane one, slight lift.
And sometimes it's a reaction to an athlete next to you at times. It's good actually that we have the chief referee as well, Chris Cohen. He's been announcing it as well to the stadium, so there's more of an indication of what's going on. And on those LED cone markers as well, we've had yellow colour turning of the green number behind the athlete also. So we're talking from a visual point of view, not only to those watching, but also inside the stadium, to feed that information, I think is a useful addition.
So Tinanic, perhaps her move in itself might not have been classed as a false start. The kind of cascade, the reaction, Stefanovic of Poland, enough for the officials to recall the race. We'll see. Chris Cohen, very experienced, very busy. What's his verdict?
Lane one.
So is a false start for Tinanic of Serbia in lane one. And whether or not she reacted to the movement of Stefanovic or it was entirely of her own, she is unfortunately disqualified. So 7 athletes now trying to make it through to that final, which will end this evening session on day 2 of the European Athletics Championships, part of the multi-sport European competition here in Munich. And you can see the reaction time shown as less than 0.1 there. And she was the only athlete for which that was the case.
You so often see, athletes going to have to produce the very best performance of their life to make a final. They're coiled and they're poised, ready to go. And unfortunately for Tinanic of Serbia, it was just a little bit too much.
Stefanovic, Dosso, Lanzico, Lukenkemper, Nita, Fry and Bazzolo. 100 metres so short, you've got to get a good start. So first semi-final now underway. An amazing start by Dosso. Stefanovic alongside her, Lukenkemper, and now Nita coming through. It's going to be these two who've run under 11 this year and have done so again. Nita, the victor, she is proving so consistent. And just maybe it's Dina Asher-Smith that gets the headlines, the attentions, does all the interviews, but Nita concentrates on getting the job done, and that's exactly what's happened here. She's through to that final. Lukenkemper qualifying also. It was almost like there was a slipstream as they both rushed through in the second half of that race.
Mani Lanzico occupying the first of the non-automatic qualifying spots at the moment, 11:23. Dosso of Italy will have to wait, but Darryl Nita and Gina Lukenkemper, great races, or maybe a safe start. We saw that perhaps in Reece Prescott, Zanel Hughes, even the Marcel Jacobs ran fantastically well. Actually, he did get a good start, the Italian. I take that back. The other two in semi-finals 1 and 2, maybe playing it safe. But Darryl Nita looks supreme at the National British Championship. She beat Dina Asher-Smith there. Couldn't quite hold that momentum individually into the World Champs. She was 1 spot off the final and then managed to perform really, really well to get an individual bronze medal at the Commonwealth Games and be part of their winning 4x1 quartet. So could Darryl Nita be having her best week of the season in Munich?
I just have to hope that she gets her start right in the final. She clocked 10.90, personal best in the semis at the Commonwealth Games 2 weeks ago, and then had a poor start, and she had to make up so much ground in the final. Yes, there were two world-class sprinters, Elaine Thompson-Herah and Julian Orford, in front of her. But at the same time, she needs to get that sprint right, that start right.
So, long jumpers trying to get this run up to perfection. And then the jump as well. So, looking at Santos, one of two Spaniards in this, alongside his teammate Cáceres, who will probably be the stronger contender for a medal. I wonder how many jumps we're going to get over 8 meters. There could well be, as we sometimes have seen the last few years, a big gap from the likes of Tentoglu. And maybe Montler to the rest. So Santos just getting a bit of advice, 7.65 in just, of course, this opening round, as you can see, and 4 registered marks. Banigo of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, the only man to have gone further thus far.
Just a quick word, I do apologise for interrupting. Did you see who was coaching Eusebio Cáceres there? None other than Ivan Pedrosa.
So Kiplesund now going to drive down this runway, hope to hit his mark. Eyes focused on that pit, and hoping to sail further within it, and that could well, no, it's not going to take the lead because it's an invalid attempt, shown by the red mark.
The note on foul jumps from Kiplesund. He really struggled in qualification. 2 fouls, you only get 3 attempts to try and make the final, and he had to pull it out in the final round, which is qualified non-automatically. Couldn't hit that 8.06, only Tobias Montler managing that. 8.05 was it? 8.05 for the automatic. Montler did 8.06, but the Norwegian is just not necessarily comfortable here on the runway in Munich.
Radek Juška of the Czech Republic. Yeah, I think we sometimes underestimate the fact that you have to adjust to the runway, throwers adjusting to the circle, sometimes to the implement that they're using. And then obviously the track surface as well. I've seen some lightning quick tracks at major championships in recent years. Tokyo and Eugene in particular. Haven't heard too much feedback actually about the nature of this track and how quick it might be. I don't know if you've seen anything.
I haven't particularly. I mean, those 100-metre sprints are pretty impressive. We have seen some good marks so far.
Yeah, I was just going to say, it's not a super quick track, but it's certainly not a sluggish track either. I mean, we have, as you rightly say, we've seen some pretty decent marks, but it doesn't have a reputation of being super quick. And you just have to remember as well that we don't have major one-day meetings usually held here. There were big meetings in the 70s, very, very famous meets, many world records set, but these days it's not quite got the same reputation.
Certainly had good enough weather for fast sprint times here. Lovely and warm and still. Takas of Hungary goes in lane 1, national champion this year, over 100 and 200. 11.37, her season's best and personal best. Smiles from the Hungarian athlete. Patricia van der Vieken of Luxembourg goes in lane 2. She holds the Luxembourg national record for 60, 100 and 200, setting that 100-metre national record this season with her 11.29. Lane 3 is Spain's Maria Isabel Perez, 5th in the 4x100 at the World Championships. Didn't that Spanish quartet put together a brilliantly executed 4x100. Lane 4 is Rebecca Haas. She did have to run in the opening round. She's had a bit of a slow season, so to speak. She did anchor the German team to the 4x100 bronze in Eugene. So Rebecca Haas finding her very best, ready for a home championship. And they're going mad in the stands. Rebecca Haas is a familiar face to any German athletics fans. Lane 5 is Natasha Cooney of Switzerland. For Majinga Kumbunji in the 3rd semi-finals, try and make it through to the next round, but Cooney will have a go as well. Dina Asher-Smith is the reigning European champion. She won the 100, 200 and 4x1 in Berlin, then went on to pick up world title over 200 metres in Doha. Her and her coach, John Blackie, know how to peak Dina Asher-Smith for a championship. Ran a British record to come 4th place at the World Championships and then picked up a bronze medal over 200 in Eugene. Skipped the Commonwealths with a hamstring niggle, so we should see whether Dina Asher-Smith is back to full fitness. Mallory Lecomte goes in lane 7 for France. She's the only female in 100 metres for France. We saw a full complement of 3 on the men's side. Mohamed Fall making the final. Rani Rossius of Belgium completes the lineup in lane 8. Under 23 bronze medalist from last year in those championships in Tallinn. Nurturing and developing our new talent on the European stage. Thanks to Dina Asher-Smith's gold number, we've got 4 British women across these 2 semi-finals, as we did with the men. The male Great Britain and Northern Ireland team managed to advance 3 out of their 4 into the final. Mani Lanzaco and Dosso of Italy patiently waiting to see if their 11.23 and 11.28 will be enough to make this evening's final, the final event of day 2 at the European Championships. This is the second semi-final, featuring the defending champion, Dina Asher-Smith. And that's definitely an early start for Mallory Lecomte. Was it so early? They'll call it faulty. Mallory Lecomte, again, like we said, Alex, that previous heat, when people are striving to almost do the best performance of their life to advance to another stage, it's you're trying to play with fine art. Not saying they're trying to false start, the athletes are certainly not trying to false start, but when they know they have to produce maybe the best start that they've ever had, and certainly the best start of the week, that's what can happen.
Yeah, this one's actually quite hard to call in terms of being so early, but it wasn't a false start, which was initially what was given for Jacques Ali Harvey. A nervous look on the face of Lecomte. Yes, completely different landscape to the Worlds, let's say, where you've got that super fast Jamaican trio. Lots of athletes thinking, I really have a chance and I'm desperate to make this final and end the season on a high.
You mentioned how busy Chris Cohen's been. He's been at World Championships, Commonwealths, and now Europeans, and he's had a very busy evening with these 100-metre semi-finals. And he has delivered the awful news to Marie Lecomte of France that she has been disqualified for a false start. Re-look at the overhead in lane 7 there. You can see the red, white and blue of France just losing her nerve slightly.
No complaints from Lecomte. I think she knew in her heart of hearts she was guilty.
That leaves Rossius a bit isolated out in lane 8. Dina Asher-Smith with no one to her right-hand side as well. Change of colour with lane 7, indicating that disqualification.
Set.
And they are away this time. Fast start for Spain in lane 3, but here comes Dina Asher-Smith. Dina Asher-Smith stretching away in the latter stages of this semi-final. She takes the win with 11.15. It's not quite as quick as we saw from Dawanita, but Dina Asher-Smith, she did run the whole way through the line. She didn't ease off like Le Bon Marcel Jacobs. Significantly slower than her teammate who won the first heat, but nonetheless through to the final.
Yeah, it's a very important confidence-boosting run there from Dina Asher-Smith after the problems that she had in the relay in Eugene. Dipped out of the Commonwealth Games, just been focusing on this, and well, I think at least Asher-Smith knows that she's got no physical problems, and I'm sure, well, she's such a competitor, she's such a professional. I'm sure she'll be fully focused when it gets to the final in a very short while's time. And a good run from Perez as well, the Spanish record holder, to come through in what was a very evenly matched field behind Asher-Smith.
Maria Perez got a blinding start. And good to see slow-mo replay. Reigning champion. It was a great championships in Berlin for our Great Britain Northern Ireland sprinters. Dina Asher-Smith, Zarnell Hughes, both winning the 100 metres. Zarnell Hughes qualified comfortably, and Dina Asher-Smith doing the same here. Perez working hard. We talk about trying to stay relaxed. Perez is clearly more of a kind of power runner. Clear daylight in the end between Perez and the rest of the athletes. Really, really well executed race from the Spanish athlete, and I'm guessing that's a, a friend. But yeah, there we go. Thank you very much, sir. We thought you might be a Spanish fan. You've just helped us out.
So Dosso and Lanzico still stay in those seats for a few minutes longer at the very least. Takash couldn't get faster than either of them, but also a very big gulf in quality between Asher-Smith and the rest of the field.
What will be the difference among our top long jumpers? So, still in this first round, this is Eusebio Cáceres, mentioning being the better Spaniard on paper. So, we saw that previous jump of 7.65 for Santos. Bonigo being ahead of him for Great Britain, Northern Ireland on 7.66. Cáceres closer to 8 meters than most. Trying to just hang in the air. Slowly falls down, really good and close to his marks there. Less than a centimeter. Cáceres looking focused. 7.87, that wind, as Hannah said a moment ago, remaining quite still, so also good conditions for the long jumpers, and that moves Cáceres into the lead, still very early stages. Okay, what about Montler for Sweden? 8.38 this year. Look at the determination in his eyes. Gets ready to pump those arms, drive down this runway now. Montler, first jump. Again, we could have a new leader in the competition early on.
Swedes always super excited about Tobias Montler. They're so good in their technical events, and Tobias Montler with that silver medal at the World Indoor Championships got them all riled up for this outdoors. He's performed great on the circuit in the Diamond Leagues, and just a disappointing 11th at the World Championships. He's got a chance at redemption here, Tobias Montler. Tentoglou so often waits on his latter rounds, and he's going to have to produce something big. But Tobias Montler takes an early lead with 7.95 meters.
Yeah, now we wait and see what the Greek will produce. First of all, though, Jacob Fincham-Dukes. So, decent in qualification, 7.86, has gone over 8 meters in the past and looks to have done so again. So, the young British athletes had a couple of years competing out of the US, Oklahoma State University. Competed at the European indoors himself as well. Certainly this is a valid attempt. So I think that's the first time he's gone over 8 meters this year. Again, pretty much perfect on the board. 8 meters and 6. So the lead is changing hands continuously.
Well,
Perfect
that's a
start.
good effort from Fincham-Dukes. I've always felt he had at least the physical skills to challenge the likes of Greg Rutherford's and Chris Tomlinson's marks on the British all-time list. Now perhaps we're starting to see that as we move along to Heat 3 of the women's 100 metres. Well, we've seen 2 very exciting heats just won by Britons. And there's a Briton in this race, Ashley Nelson. 3rd in the European Championships back in 2014. Now 31 years of age. The team captain for Great Britain. Alongside her, Jael Bestoui. Got a bronze in the European Under-20 Championships back in 2019. Well, she's just seen her compatriot Maria Perez get in the final. Can she follow her? Iva Swoboda, 2019 European Indoor Champion, and the Polish record holder at 11.05. The Israeli record holder, ran 11:06 recently. Was in the heats of the last 2 European Championships, now in the semi-finals. And this woman, well, if there's anybody who can challenge Asher Smith and Nita, it's Majinga Kabunji, the super quick Swiss woman, 2022 World Indoor Champion over 60 meters, and has improved this year to 10:89, just outside the European all-time top 10. Alongside her, Belgian champion Delphine Nakansa, second on the Belgian all-time list behind Kim Gewert. And on the outside, this is her 5th European Championships, has made the final on 2 previous occasions, Tatjana Pinto. Well, a big roar, as you might expect, for the German. German sprinting not quite as on a high as it was perhaps 4 years ago in Berlin, but they've still got a very well-drilled, very accomplished 4x100 meter quartet that could well challenge for medals. Pinto one part of that. But all eyes in terms of who might come through at the front here in this semi-final could well be on Majinga Kabunji. Look at lane 6. So as they settle down, it's Segusa in 1, Nelson 2, Bestui Spain 3, Svoboda Poland 4, Weissman Israel 5, Kabunji Switzerland 6, and Kansa Belgium 7, and Pinto of Germany in 8. And it's not the best of starts from Kabunji, but now she's starting to pick it up. Svoboda's got her neck and neck at the moment, but over the final 30 meters, it's Kabunji coming through. 11:05 unofficially to the sprinter. It took her a long time to get into that race. At the start, through the first half of the race, it was Svoboda. Svoboda hung on to take 2nd place. I've just noticed her hair tucked down the back of her vest to keep it tidy, so to speak. Now, let's see. Placid looks on the faces of Dosso and Lansico. No, it's those 2 women in front of you that are going to make it through to the final a bit later on. After all the nail biting, the 2 women who finished in 3rd and 4th place in the first semi-final goes through to the 100 meters final just a bit later on this evening. Diana Weissman just misses out.
So just maybe Nita Kabunji, Dina Asher Smith, as you say, kind of going to form in that sense. Those are 3 women who probably the most likely to win the title. Bit of a class above. Let's have a look at Kabunji then from lane 6 from the outside here. Svoboda, always a great starter, fantastic 60 runner, but Kabunji fighting all the way. Such a strong finisher. And she's developed over the last few years, over 200 meters as well, was having a bit of an average season a few years ago and then decided to do more 200 meters, got a new lifetime best and breaking the national record as well. So becoming a really good kind of all-round over 1 and 2.
To see Pinto taking time to sign some autographs. 4x100 team can turn their attention to the 4x100, apart from Gina Lunkenkempfer. And for me, Daryl Nita did look the best in those qualification rounds. She got a fantastic start, continued to power through. She looked so good when she runs aggressively, didn't ease down like we saw some of the other men do. Daryl Nita, for me, looking the best, and she's awarded that fastest qualification time as well.
Well, even something averaged by Miltiadis Tentoglu in this long jump competition would still take the lead. Foul in the first round, though. So here comes the Greek, almost skipping to start his run-up, hurtling along the runway, and fast on the approach into the pits. So, once again, should have a new man on top. Tentoglu gets decent height and then just hangs in the air, sails out between 8 and 9 meters.
Tentoglu, I said, so often he leaves his big jumps to the final round, qualification even. he was struggling and he had to use all 3 jumps, but great pressure applied by the Olympic champion.
Yeah, to 8:23 he's gone to in this second round now.
And Toglo's fans perhaps relieved there, saying maybe we're not going to have to wait for some final round drama, but what will happen in this women's discus throw? The medals hung out there to entice them. Irina Rodriguez was the last athlete into this final with a non-automatic qualifying distance, but she gamely cheered on Group B as she waited. Jade Lally was in that first group. She looks delighted to be here. Silver medal at the recent Commonwealth Games to improve on her bronze from 2014. Pressure perhaps off Jade Lally as she looks towards her last major championship final of the season. Anna Gnostopoulou of Greece didn't qualify for the World Championship final, but she's here, the 12-time national champion. She'll be keen to deliver her very best alongside Tengtoglu. Over to the side on the infield, Melina Robert-Michon. This is her 7th time at European Championships and her 5th final. She was 12th here in this stadium 20 years ago. But a bit of emotion on the face of Melina Robert-Michon. We've been hearing rumours that she might retire. Lisa Brix Pedersen giving us a rock star introduction. Oregon was disrupted for her with COVID. Failed to qualify for that final. Now this woman, Jorunde van Klinken, picked up a bronze medal at the discus, and as she's miming there, what she got today, God knows, she's been out there forever. 2 rounds of the shot put, 2 rounds of the discus. She was 4th at the Olympics. Could Jorunde van Klinken snatch another medal here? First of the Croatian duo taking part in this final is Marija Tolj. She was 8th at the World Championships. Through a personal best to win the Mediterranean Games this year, 64 metres, 71. Next up is the first of 3 German athletes, Shanice Kraft, waiting patiently for the roar that's surely going to come from the home crowd. She has 3 European bronze medals from the last 3 European Championships. Previous World Junior medalist as well. Here comes her first teammate, Claudine Vita. It's fantastic, automatically qualifying for this final with her 3rd round effort, 5th at the World Championships. Usually starts pretty well, does Vita. Interesting to see if she can have a good throw right off the bat. And here's the 3rd German, Kristin Pudenz, qualified automatically for this final with her 1st round effort in qualification. Germany took 2 medals in Berlin, maybe Miller and Shanice Kraft. I'm sure they'd love to get another couple here. Liliana Sá of Portugal is our penultimate competitor to be introduced. She was 5th at the Olympic Games, 6th in Eugene a few weeks ago, and through a season's best in qualifications, to the Portuguese saving her best marks here for Munich. This woman, Sandra Perkovic, barely needs an introduction. The Croatian is synonymous with female discus throwing. She is aiming for a 6th consecutive gold medal. Nope, you didn't hear me incorrectly. 6 gold medals. She's looking to beat the record set by German Marta Koch. She has 6 gold medals back in the 80s over 400 and 4x4. Sandra Perkovic looking to make another historic performance here. She's such a decorated athlete. Kristin Pudenz looked very comfortable in qualification. Sandra Perkovic does often bring her very best to the biggest levels of competition. It's going to be a fierce battle on the infield. 12 competitors, all of them get 3 throws. Top 8 get another 3. Irina Rodriguez snuck into this final. She was the biggest cheer for teammate Liliana Sá in her season's best in qualification. And there's a big cheer as well from Rodriguez. Opening effort underway. Has that landed in the sector? Yes, it has. Just shy of the 50-metre graphic on our screens. She's done 62 metres and 8 centimetres this season, Rodriguez. just shy of the 55-metre line. I always have to get my eye in with these graphics. And 54 metres, 85 for Irina Rodriguez.
Yeah, should be lots of excitement for Portugal at these championships, with Pichardo hoping to emulate what Avora did in winning triple jump gold, and a few other names in this.
Jade Lally setting herself up. She put on social media she was pretty frustrated with qualification. She was hoping to get a lot closer to an automatic mark and certainly not qualifying 11th place for this final, but she's here. Sinking a bit as she releases the discus, right about that 55-metre line for Jade Lally.
So someone who created a GoFundMe page to try and get some support for someone who lives in Australia because her partner works there, and obviously travelling to lots of competitions in Europe as well. And I think she raised nearly £10,000 of her 2,000 goals, so really helping her. And in some ways, maybe taking a bit of a bravery from athletes to put themselves out there and say, you know, hey, I need this support. And that's what she's done.
Now, if anyone's interested in that, actually check out Jade Lally's Twitter and the GoFundMe page. She's very, like you say, Alex, very open. She said she spent £15,000 on travel between Australia and Europe to get herself to the World Championships, Commonwealth Games and Europeans. And she asked for a further £2,000 to help her with a couple of competitions. Everyone dug deep, and she's on £9,000 and counting. Christine Puddens of Germany. 67 metres, 10 centimetres, her personal best set this season. She picked up a silver medal in Tokyo. And that's a great opening effort from the German. I spoke about it in qualification. I was so impressed with Puddens in Tokyo. That women's discus final disrupted by heavy rain. Dangerous throwing conditions, quite frankly, in the opening 3 rounds, and the organisers kind of saying, this is enough, we need to take you away, wait for the rain to subside. And nobody improved their mark apart from Christine Puddens of Germany. Pushed herself up into silver medal, and conversely bumped Sandra Perkovic down into 4th. And Croatia will want to forget that night. And that's the first round of the women's discus underway. Try and keep you up to date as those rounds progress. We move to that all-important top 8. There's a busy-looking start line on the back straight. And from one Olympic champion, Mentalis Tuntoglu, to another, Jakob Ingebrigtsen.
Yes, and it was this race which Ingebrigtsen won in Tokyo, and also at the World Championships just a few weeks ago. Just picking out a few of these 20 men who are on the start line. Isaac Kimeli, the very good Belgian. Probably his greatest triumph was the 2018 European cross-country silver. He's also taken silvers at the European Indoor Championships last year. That was behind, on both occasions, members of the Ingebrigtsen family. There's Yamani Bahan Kripa, outstanding Italian talent. He's run 13:02, not far from that this year, 13:04. Just wondering what's going through his mind at the moment. How does he take the sting out of Jakob Ingebrigtsen? We've also got Mohamed Katir choosing to run in the 5,000 metres. This is a man who took the bronze over 1,500 metres. Adel Machal, 2016 European silver medalist over this distance, and a whole slew of 4th places at both world and continental level. And then, what more can you say about this man that hasn't already been said? Jakob Ingebrigtsen, still just amazingly 21 years of age. Last year, around 12:48.45. That makes him one of the world all-time best runners. Also got on the start line other people to keep out an eye on. The likes of Elzem Bibic from Serbia. Mohamed, of course, from Germany, and he'll get a big roar. He's improved to 13:21 this year. Oh, being pulled back.
Yeah.
I was going to say Mohamed has improved to 13:21. In fact, he's gone much faster this year. Maybe misreading my notes. It's 13:03.18 that he's done. They pull them back. Andrew Butchart on his day, very fine runner as well. The Briton in there with Sam Atkin.
I doubt they'll give a red card, but it could go to win a race in Switzerland. He was just wobbling on the line.
Steady start.
It'll be a green.
Green card.
Excellent, well done Chris Cohen, getting his camera time today. Earning his sandwich, whatever they give officials. So many volunteers keep our sport running.
Yeah, so we're back on the start line again. Very big field for 12.5 laps of the track. Well, Jakob Ingebrigtsen's European record set in Florence last year, 12:48.45. Championship record held by Jack Buckner of Great Britain, Northern Ireland, dating back to 1986. 13:10.15. You have a feeling that that might just be in danger. Jack Buckner here somewhere in the stadium, the new chief executive of British Athletics. Well, not sure who that is. Should know perhaps. Anyway, it's Yamani Bahan Kripa who's gone straight to the front. Hugo Hay behind him, the Frenchman. As we switch back to the long jump briefly.
So, Miltalis Tengtoglu in this third round. 8:23, still very much within reach of the likes of Tobias Montler. Also perhaps Eusebio Cáceres, who we think could be a potential top 3 in this competition. Waiting to see how it will play out, though, and that could well be better from Tengtoglu. So thus far, we saw Jacob Finch of Dukes of Great Britain, Northern Ireland go out to 8 metres and 6. Montler remains in third on 7.95 because those latter two were unable to improve in the second round. 8.35, so that lead is extended to 29 centimetres now. So we'll continue to check in on the long jump, also the discus, but on the track it's the 5,000 metre final.
So, just a short way into this race. Just over a lap completed, and Ingebrigtsen is working his way to the front, around the outside as well. His compatriot Nordas, the Britons at the front as well. Diva still taking it very steadily at this stage, so it's Nordas who's sprinted to the front.
Caught up with the women's discus. Liliana Sá of Portugal, brand new season's best in qualifying to put her name in the mix. 6th at the World Championships, 5th at the Olympics. And she'd love to pick up a medal here on the European stage. So looking a tiny bit unbalanced there. Could be enough for an early lead. Liliana Sá just shakes her head. You've got to make every throw count. And we're here for a major championship final. And Sá there for me just lean forward, falling into that throw. You want to see an athlete almost like a ballerina. Valerie Ullmann is a brilliant example of it. She's so fast, she's so balanced, like a spinning top. And the Portuguese athlete just struggling slightly, but she, like I say, enough for an early lead. We have the likes of Pudens. That was a decent opening round effort from the German. Jorinde van Klinken is next into the circle. We're talking about doubles. Jakob Ingebrigtsen is out there trying to launch his campaign in the men's 1500, but Van Klinken, by my reckoning, is going to have spent around about 6 hours in the field of play by the time she's done in just 2 days at the European Championships. That's more than the likes of Jakob Ingebrigtsen, Femke Bol. Very well publicised doubles being attempted here in Munich. You can see some of the race walkers, I think, compete in both the 35k and the 20k, and even then I don't think they will spend as long on the roads of Munich as Jorinde van Klinken is going to do on the infield here at the Olympic Stadium. 64 metres and 3 centimetres, an early lead for the young Dutch woman. She looks cool as a cucumber. Claudine Witte, I said before when we were introducing her that she sometimes launches a great opening effort. Oh, that's just going to be below the mark of Jorindi van Klinken, I think, but a good opening attempt from the second German. We have got 3 in this final. Germans top of the medal table at the moment, largely due to the exploits of their marathon runners. And the race walking as well. Christopher Linkert picked up a brilliant silver medal in the 35-kilometre race walk this morning. Witte patiently waiting, because it took a while to get her green flag up. What will be the mark for the German? I think it will be below Jorinde van Klinken. But we will patiently wait and see. 63 metres, 24 centimetres for Witte. Puts herself up in 3rd place.
Well, we're back, and it's still Nordas at the front with Ingebrigtsen at the back. Well, Nordas, obviously very much the second-string Norwegian, but has won the Norwegian 5,000 metres title on 2 occasions. Very useful runner in his own right. Has improved this year to 13:15. So we're just into the 2nd kilometre now. Michel's up there, as always, looking as though he's making hard work of it. But he's a very fine runner. It's just really an image. Butchart and Diva, the 2 Britons working together, have just gone in front of Nordas. Hay, this very strong Frenchman who's won a whole number of titles, European titles in the age groups on the cross-country. Finished 2nd at the European 10,000 metres Cup this year. But the pace at the front is being controlled by Andrew Butchart. Patrick Diva, last year's NCAA champion, crashed out in the heat. So disappointing Eugene for Patrick Diva. There's Parsons, one of the 3 Germans in this race. A very, very strong field indeed.
So if Isaac Kameli and Cripper are content to sit in the pack, they feel like this is a respectable pace. They know Jakob Ingebrigtsen ran yesterday in the 1500-metre heats. He didn't look particularly troubled, and he does hold that European record. So there's maybe almost nothing you can do, but when an athlete's doubling the 2 events in a championship, you certainly don't want it to be a dawdle.
No, it's turning into that a little bit, I fear. 6 laps to go as they just go through the line. Yep. So 2,400 metres.
It was a 68-second lap, 7:07 on the clock. Butchart up there. He's had an interesting season because he was actually 4th at the British Championships, and often you consider you have to be higher than that to make the major championships. But he went out to Eugene and was 9th in his heat. And then the Commonwealth Games, it was quite a small field in which he was 7th. And then Diva, his teammate, really built a reputation for himself, as you said, out in the US. And it's a real chance to see him in major competition internationally.
So it's the really big pack, which is still together. Nobody off the back just yet. Ingebrigtsen tucked in there. The 2 Spaniards, well, almost working together side by side. They're coming through with 5 laps to go. 3 kilometres undertaken. Unofficially the time 8:15.77, so not particularly quick. Maybe Jack Butner's championship record will stay for another 2 years after all. But it's still being controlled at the front by Andrew Butchart.
I'm so surprised to see the likes of Isaac Kameli, Johan Cripper let this go this slow. Mike Foppin looked like he was ready to push on. The Dutch athlete on the outside, not necessarily known for a lightning quick finish. Paddy Diva's got a good sprint finish on him. We know Michelle will as well, as will Katia, and Jakob Ingebrigtsen on his day can kick supremely hard. 8:15 through 3K isn't going to cause any of these men much trouble. We talk about these endurance races. If they go hard, if they go to the form book, you get an expected result. But when you run slow like this, you can throw up some brilliant surprises.
I'm actually surprised that Ingebrigtsen hasn't forced the pace at the front. It's something that he could have done possibly at this stage. I thought he might with the slow pace over the opening 5 laps. Think about pushing it with 2 kilometres. Oh, there's all sorts of drama. It's looking like Hugo Hayes gone down. Well, it's just as you were talking about it, Hannah. There was drama, people getting tangled up. Only one man going down, looks like Hay. Cripper now to the front. Yamani Bahan Cripper, 13:04 this year, the 4th fastest man on the 2022 rankings. Mohammed of Germany hasn't shown just yet either.
Get a re-look at this. The field did supremely well for the rest of them to stay on their feet. Hey, just getting clipped from behind, maybe by Michelle, but when you've got a massive group like that, it's not really anything you can do. You can't really blame anyone or credit anyone, but the rest of the field still on their feet. It's very impressive.
Yes, it looked like he ran up the back of Foppen, and Nordas almost went down as well, but managed to stay on his feet. Ingebrigtsen staying out of trouble. So here they go with 2 laps to go. 3 laps to go. I definitely need my glasses as Ingebrigtsen moves to the front, 1,200 metres. Still Yamani Bahan Cripper at the front, and now he's definitely cranking up the pace. And Ingebrigtsen knows it. He's covering the brakes. Andrew Bouchard's on the inside. Isaac Kameli, the very good Belgian, up there as well. The 2 Spaniards, Michel and Katir. Katir looking full of running at the moment. We know he's got a good finish. He took a bronze at the World Championships over 1,500 metres. But that pace injection by Cripper and then Ingebrigtsen has strung out the field completely. Now they're covering about 40 metres. But it's Ingebrigtsen forging ahead.
Ingebrigtsen has got to go hard at this point. Katir's covered the move. Expected Del Michel to get himself involved as well. He's a super kicker, the 2nd Spanish athlete. Jakob Ingebrigtsen led some of that 1,500 metres at the World Championships, but not quite fast enough, and he was found wanting in the closing stages over the sprint. He won the 5,000 metres, so of course he knows what he's doing. But Jakob Ingebrigtsen has not shaken off any of the other pre-race favourites. He's piling the pressure down on the penultimate lap. Coming down the back straight, when they hit the halfway point, that will be just 600 metres to go. It is going to be an eyeballs out sprint at the end of this men's 5,000 metres.
Well, we were talking about it during the 1,500 metres heats. We're talking about Ingebrigtsen and what happened to him in the 1,500 metres final in Eugene. Maybe these runners now believe that Ingebrigtsen can be beaten. It's possibly something they haven't thought for a few years. Katir blowing his cheeks out as they come up. Less than 500 metres to go. They're going to hear the bell very shortly. So now that injection of pace over the course of the last 600 metres has left Ingebrigtsen at the front. 12:26 unofficially at the bell, and he's strung out the field. But he hasn't shaken off Mohamed Katir. He hasn't shaken off Yamani Bahan Cripper. Kimeli going backwards, Almgren coming through. He's trying to close the gap on the leading trio. But as it is at the moment, it looks as though the medals are going to be decided between Ingebrigtsen, Mohamed Katir and Yamani Bahan Cripper. Ingebrigtsen, well, he hasn't really cranked up the pace. You'd think he's just about to go for home. Katir is battling with him. Cripper's off the back. Cripper's going to be having to battle for the bronze with Almgren. But it's now a battle for the gold between Ingebrigtsen and Katir. Just look at the way Katir's gritting his teeth. Ingebrigtsen, though, just changes gears so smoothly. He's just pulling ahead of Katir. He's on his way to his 3rd European Championships gold. Ingebrigtsen defends his title. The time doesn't really matter. Just for the record, it's 13:21.13. But Jakob Ingebrigtsen, once again, is the European 5,000 metres champion.
Jakob Ingebrigtsen had me super worried at the bell. He had a grimace on his face. I thought, is this going to be a replay of the 1,500 metres at Eugene? But it wasn't. He'd saved a little bit for the final stages. 2:23 final kilometre is lightning quick. Katir, given some stiff words there from Hugo Hay of France. He clearly thinks Katir was responsible for his fall. Bit of emotion pouring out there for the Frenchman. A season's best for Katir. We haven't seen him much over 5,000 metres. And you saw what that bronze medal meant for Cripper of Italy. He punched the air so often, picking up medals at the age group stage and starting to collect them at a senior level as well. Jakob Ingebrigtsen's collection has got to be pretty full already.
Indeed it is. I'm not sure there's going to be much more space in the cupboard for another gold medal, but he's still got the 1500 metres to come. So Ingebrigtsen 13:21.13. Mohamed Katir of Spain gets the silver, and it's Yamani Bahan, gripper of Italy, despite tiring up and really struggling over the final 200 metres. Holmgren of Sweden nearly got him, but it was the Italian who came home for the bronze in the end. As we just look at the recap of the closing stages of that race.
Katir, for me, made a number of attempts to get past Jakob Ingebrigtsen, and I didn't know if he was hesitating. I was going to say it's Katir sort of scared to go past the Olympic champion, but perhaps it was the opposite. Jakob Ingebrigtsen almost neutralising and absorbing every move that Katir tried to make, and that's physically and mentally really hard work. Jakob Ingebrigtsen getting cheered on very passionately from the sidelines. I'm sure he had everybody a tiny bit worried at that 200-metre stage when Spain's Katir pulled up alongside him. But in the end, he does retain his 5,000-metre title, and that's one half of the double that he's come to Munich to complete.
Yes, an outstanding performance. Katir looking very happy with his silver medal as well. I don't think he thinks he lost that race. He won a silver. Ingebrigtsen, though, peerless over 5,000 metres and almost peerless over 1,500 metres. He's got another titanic battle coming up in the next couple of days in that shorter race, but for the moment he can bask in the glory of being Norway's first European champion here at the 2022 European Athletics Championships.
Back we go to the field and the men's long jump final. Now into the second half of the competition. This is Jules Pommery of France. As you can see, 7.85 so far. But perhaps he is now another over 8 metres. So Tentoglou eking out that lead up to 8.35. Still Finch and Dukes in second place. Montler 7.95 in third. You can see those at medal positions with the arrows superimposed in the sand. So the young Frenchman, 7 metres 95 before, and now 8 metres and 6, and it goes down to second best jumps, and Finch and Dukes appears to have the better of those.
So we're into the second round of the women's discus final. It's an early lead for the young Jorinde van Klinken of the Netherlands with 64 metres and 3 centimetres. Prudence had a decent opening effort of 62.44, but at the moment only good enough for 5th place. This women's discus competition has been good from the start. And the German looks like she could be the new leader. Graphic indicates it's dropped just past the mark of Jorinde van Klinken. She needs to better 64 metres and 3 centimetres if she wants to move up into gold medal position. Early stages of the second round in the women's discus final. 65 metres and 5 centimetres. Prudence is our new leader.
As we look at, once again, at Jakob Ingebrigtsen crossing the finish line in front. I've lost count of the amount of European titles he's got. Olympic and world titles, a bit easier to sum up. There's the final results. Jakob Ingebrigtsen, 13:21.13 confirmed. Just about 11 seconds outside the championship best. I mean, those 2 scintillating last laps weren't quite enough to bring him into touch with Jack Butner's now rather vintage record from 1986.
Sandra Perkovic into the circle. Foul in the first round, but she has won 5 consecutive gold medals at the European Championships. She said in the press conference with a wry smile, different stadiums, same result. She's going for a record equaling 6th gold medal here in Munich. She's raised her hands up, and it looked like it might have been frustration, sort of a subdued, relieved celebration from Sandra Perkovic, because I think that throw will see her take the lead. Kristen Prudence of Germany gave the crowd something to cheer about with her second round effort of 65 metres and 5 centimetres. Has Sandra Perkovic found a tiny bit more? .65 metres, 77 centimetres. It is enough for the lead. Sandra Perkovic certainly didn't look delighted with it. Should be scared of the late charges that so often come in these field events. Sandra Perkovic will certainly not rest on her laurels. Trains with Christian Che, men's new world champion in this discipline. Things are going well with a training partner. It can often inspire you. Adina Rodriguez looking for improvement on 54 metres and 85. Qualified into this final in 12th place. She's down there now, hoping to squeeze into the top 8 and make a final 3 throws, but I don't think she will with that effort. So Adina Rodriguez will have just the 3 throws. You can see the graphic there, top 8 line indicating those that will compete in the 4th, 5th and 6th rounds. And Adina Rodriguez will just probably pop a team t-shirt on and stay to cheer on her teammate.
Tentoglu in this long jump final appears to be fairly relaxed. The same could be said in the World Championships, in which he ended up being the silver medalist. How about here? Montler still has gone further than the current lead this year, but that could be the jump that really seals it from the Greek. So here in the 4th round, improving throughout his series, another valid measurement. So what's it going to be? Tentoglu.
Wow.
8 metres 52, a new championship record. For Miltiades Tentoglu, well, it seems as though he's pretty much won every title, and now he has the record from these championships to go with it. Of course, winning in Berlin 4 years ago.
We're into the 3rd round in the women's discus competition. Christian Prudence briefly held the lead with her 65 metres and 5 centimetres from the 2nd round. She's now 72 centimetres behind the brilliant Croatian Sandra Perkovic. Prudence got a silver medal in the Olympics last year and has then thrown a personal best this year. She's rounding into fantastic form. Sandra Perkovic more concerned with keeping her kit in order. The crowd more concerned with the measurement here for Christian Prudence, because that is going to be Prudence back in the lead, surely. She paid to the chances of Sandra Perkovic picking up 3 consecutive Olympic medals in Tokyo. Could Christian Prudence spoil the Croatians' bid for 6 consecutive golds? 66 metres, 93 centimetres. Over a metre ahead of Sandra Perkovic. The Croatians going to have to find something special in the closing few rounds.
Well, we're hearing, isn't it? Terrific noise from the crowd, and well, they've got the conclusion of the javelin as well as the long jump, the discus, and those 2 100-metre finals to look forward to. I can tell you, by the way, that championship record eclipses the mark from 2010 of Christian Relive of Germany, 8:47. It was, so Tentoglu has added 5 centimetres to that. So the next action will be the 1,500 metres, that grueling challenge, the last of 10 events in the decathlon. And Simon Ehammer, what a competition he's had. Started off with 10:56 in the 100 metres and then 8:31 in the long jump. Not the furthest that he's managed this year, but it still smashed the championship best performance of 7:93 set by Daley Thompson. That was back in 1978. There is Artur Abele, who had to run the solo sprint hurdles race after being DQ'd and then reinstated in what was a pretty curious incident, shall we say. So bib numbers denote positions coming in to this 1500 meters then. Slight breath there from Ehammer. Can he relax at this point? How much energy does he have left? The shape has kind of changed behind him, even though he remains our leader. 159 points ahead of Oglane, 178 ahead of Kaul. We know that Nikki Kaul improved to 4:13 in Eugene, and that Ehammer has struggled to break 5 minutes this year, 4:57. I said earlier that if Kaul was to run 4:15 and Ehammer a slight PB of 4:40, then Ehammer would still win. But if he was a little bit slower, around 4:45, then Kaul would take it. And that kind of margin of 25 seconds down the track feels like a long way, but that is quite probably what we'll see. Oglane around 4:30 mark. He's probably going to be in between the two. To be honest, it's really that javelin performance of 70.94 for the Estonian that kind of cemented his opportunity for a medal. We just saw a shot of Michael Wibo, whose wife, Shawnee Miller. Wibo is watching here along with Noah Lyles as well. There's been a really strong performance from the two Estonians. The athletes just waiting to get going. Just been called back to warm up for the moment. There are the medals. Now, Nicholas Kaul, he's not quite in that Doha 2019 youngest ever world champion form, the 24-year-old. 79 meters he threw there, has since had elbow surgery. Perhaps if he'd had a better discus performance, it would have been much, much closer. Ehammer was also disappointing in the discus, only 34 meters, but we knew that's one of his weaker events. He then maximised his pole vault with a new lifetime best of 5:20. We're going to have a look at the long jump now with Cáceres. So, in 5th place at this point, 8:06 needed for a medal last time we looked in the 5th round now. Very close to that bronze arrow in the sand, possibly just short of it though. So Cáceres in 4th in major championships on a couple of occasions in the past. It's going to be very close as to whether this starts with a 7 or with an 8. It's 7.98, so remaining in touch with those medals with Fincham, Jukes and Pomeroy only separated by second best attempts.
Into round 3 of the women's discus. Witte of Germany will have seen her teammate Kristen Pudenz go into the lead. Witte looking for an improvement on 63 meters, 24 centimeters. Could be there or thereabouts. Witte poised, balanced, converting that rotational speed all the way down her arm into that discus. Steps down potentially over that 65-meter line. It is 65 meters, 20 centimeters. A new season's best for Witte. That will push her up into a bronze medal position. Saw 2 medals for the German women in Berlin in the discus. Maddie Miller and Shanice Kraft coming 2nd and 3rd behind Sandra Perkovic. But at the moment, gold and bronze for Germany in the women's discus. And this whole stadium and the men down there just waiting with bated breath for this 1500 meters to get underway. There's only one thing worse than running a 1500. It's standing on the track thinking about running a 1500. The nerves will be growing for these men, the pain that they're about to encounter.
I saw on Twitter, I don't know whether it was in jest, that everyone had gone to grab a last-minute beer before the decathlon madness certainly we were joking due to the quality of Munich beer that you might have that in the drink stations for the marathon, but I can confirm that was not the case.
Can you? Have you got total authority on that?
Well, I'm sure we'll leave that to the officials who are just talking to these athletes. You know, we also saw the athletes called back for a second start in the women's 10,000, didn't we? So maybe they're just trying to get through every event and see what we can do. Unusually, just like that solo rerun for Abele earlier.
Shanice Kraft makes her way into the circle. She's in 6th place at the moment with 62 metres and 55. Her teammates are in gold and bronze. That's not going to make any major differences to Shanice Kraft's overall standings at the moment. 3-time bronze medalist. She knows what it takes to medal here. She's in that all-important top 8. She will get to throw again in the 4th, 5th and 6th rounds. Shanice Kraft, 62 metres, 64, slight improvement, but it won't improve her placing at all.
On your marks.
So these decathletes called to their marks. The last of 10 events. Such a fascinating story how this has unfolded. It's been great to watch Simon Ehammer over the last few years, in fact, and he's really had to plan out this season. Didn't want to do 2 back-to-back decathlons at the Worlds and the Europeans, so he focused on the individual events, got the bronze medal in the long jump, and obviously was unable to do both. In any case, I don't think he would have done. The long jump final going on right now. We'll check back in with it, but yes, Ehammer 4:42 lifetime best. There he is, just flashing through the screen. I wonder whether Cahill would take this out, but it's one of the Swedes at the front. In fact, there, Cahill just building towards the front.
And that's just a shade outside 4-minute pace. 48 seconds through that 300 would be 4-minute pace. So Niklas Cahill, quite rightly, I think, sitting slightly off that, maybe wanting to run more around the 66, 67-second quarters. So an ambitious start from the Swede. Could be very painful over the last few laps, but it will probably be painful anyway for these big men.
So I'll remind you that if Ehammer ran his 2020 lifetime best of 4:42.54, then Cowell would need 4:15.65. I guess quite simply, Hannah, you just can't hang any gold medal around either athlete's neck.
You certainly can't. Ehammer will be painfully aware of what he's got to do, and I think often in these circumstances you would see the person in gold medal position just trying to hang with the guy in silver and bronze, just trying to say, I have to run with you, doesn't matter what happens. But when you've got such a huge difference in personal best between Niklas Cowell and Simon Ehammer, he's had to just let Cowell go down the track. He would not have been smart tactically or physically to try and run with someone whose personal best is some 40 seconds better than you. Niklas Cowell on his own, it's going to be 2 laps to go, and that is an awful long way in a 1500, whether you're a 1500-metre specialist or a decathlete that's had to do 9 other events on the way to this. But Niklas Cowell taking all the applause of the crowd, because that's the only company he's going to get. We have a look at this 800-metre split. 2:15 there, that's still on for around about 4:13, 4:15 for the German athlete.
So 14 seconds was the gap roughly by my side as they came through. Cowell still working hard, Ehammer still in the middle of that pack. Our leader overtaking, you can see Nielsen there and Thierry. I'm sure they'll rise a couple of places up into the high reaches of the top 10, but all the attention on this battle for gold. And Cowell needs to widen that gap. He needs to keep going. Ehammer, as part of his decathlon best, he got this. He was outside 5 minutes, but hanging on for the moment.
Niklas Cowell takes the bell. I think he had a lead of about 17 seconds over Simon Ehammer as they came through 800. 3:05 at the bell for Niklas Cowell. That's brilliant 1500-metre running. His legs are going to start to falter. The fatigue is going to set in. But is it going to affect Simon Ehammer of Switzerland even more? He's right at the back of this field. He still has 50 metres to go before he even takes the bell. He is over 150 metres behind Niklas Cowell. Simon Ehammer hitting the bell now, nearly 30 seconds behind Cowell.
It is absolutely neck and neck, my goodness me. all going to come down to this. And, well, Cowell, he doesn't know what's happening behind him. Ehammer now struggling. Oglanis somewhere within the middle. It's all going to come down to close maths. Here comes Nicky Cowell. He feeds off the roar of the crowd. This last burst of the decathlon, all the energy from the supporters, and Nicholas Cowell, that last gear for him down this home straight, looks like it's going to be a lifetime best. Oh, 4:10. Fantastic stuff from the German over the last two events, changing the shape of this competition. And we wait and wait for Simon Ehammer, as you can see there, just about coming into the home straight now. Oglane a bit in front of him, and he's tiring also the Estonian. There was a decent gap. You can see that both of the Estonians, Weibo was also there. Cowell's time worth 881 points. And look at that, right to the back is Ehammer. Frustration for him. Unfortunately, he's going to be outside his lifetime best, and surely taking that silver medal in around, 4:46. Thierry, he'll rise up a couple of places by virtue of that season's best. Roussen's time, he's been consistent in the running so far, losing some time in the technical events, but oh wow, sometimes you're hesitant to predict, but there was such a big gap. Ehammer, and that pole vault really helped him extend that lead. Cowell, poor in the discus, but his javelin really helped. We didn't quite know how relevant that personal best was of 79 metres. In the end, 76, and we did mention how sometimes the point scoring is a little bit more skewed and make up more in those technical events. That's certainly what Cowell has done, and it's just beginning to sink in now. What fantastic stuff from Nicky Cowell. He was 520 points behind earlier today, don't forget.
And let's just look while we're celebrating Nicholas Cowell having overhauled the long-time event leader Simon Hammer at that battle for the bronze medal. And I think it's going to, subject to confirmation, Janek Oglane. He's hung on to the coattails of Michael Uibo and has ended up just coming home less than a second behind his compatriot. But all the shouting, all the clapping, all the applause, and understandably so, is for Nicholas Cowell. Had a modest first day by his own standards, but then, as we all know, he's a real second-day specialist, and he started to pour it on with the 110 metres hurdles this morning, and it's just carried on through the day. I don't think if even Ehammer had managed a personal best in the discus, it would have changed things. It was roughly 39 seconds, I believe, between just double-checking the finish. He only needed 23 seconds in the end to get the gold, and he had margins to spare.
Yeah, so it was 38 seconds back, so the confirmed finish with 8,545 points. Ehammer, it is a new Swiss national record of 8,468. We'll bring you the full confirmed standings in a second. We know this long jump final is continuing. These are two men locked in an exciting battle. Can Tentoglu be caught already with a championship record? And look at this, we're in the final round now. Montler hasn't been able to improve since the first, in fact, when he kicked off quite nicely with 7.95. A man who's jumped 8.38 this year. So amid all the kind of chaos of the decathlon, discus also getting some noise with the German contingent in that, Montler has to try and keep his cool and focus on his jump. Rhythmic clapping, as I'm sure you can hear. The crowd really won't need much encouragement from Montler. Here we go. So 8.06 once again needed for a medal. Fincham, Dukes and Pomery, they are still yet to jump. Of course, the order reversed after 3 rounds. 8th to 1st as they go. Tobias Montler will want to do better than 5th position. Can he go over 8 meters as a starting point? Let's have a look here. Down the runway, looked good on the boards. Don't think that's quite going to be enough. Let's wait and see. Cáceres on 7.98. It was similar to that jump. It is another valid attempt shown by the green. So if it's over 8 meters, it's not going to be by much. Oh, I don't believe it. Fincham-Jukes, Montler and Pommery are all on 8.06. So, as a result, Fincham-Jukes 7.97, Montler 7.95, and then Pommery 7.85. That is what ultimately separates them. So, very little improvement needed. It does mean that Montler, for now, is up in 2/3. But there's a potential of a response. First of all, for a man who was in 4th a moment ago, 7.98 so far. I love rock and roll in the stadium. There's a love for throwing, for multi-eventing, for every part of track and field. The German passion, the history, the expertise in staging events like this, back-to-back. And of course here that multi-sport element, but we're watching here live athletics coverage, the final round of the long jump. Cáceres of Spain trying to float through. Let's wait and see if it's a valid attempt. Looked pretty close there. Bit of a rueful look, and the red mark. Didn't want to match his Spanish vest, but giving it everything with one last go, and that's going to be the case for the athletes remaining. Looks like Jules Pommery will be next to jump to try and get back into a medal position. Look at that gap from Tentoglou to the rest as we have a look at the closing stages of the decathlon, and no surprise, the emotion for Cowell.
Nicholas Cowell went over to Eugene as the reigning world champion. He looked out of sorts, similar to Katrina Johnson-Thompson of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Cowell almost going through the motions in Eugene because he knew he had something big to give on his day, and he brought the heat today in front of a home crowd. A personal best front-running effort, 4:10 in the 1500. Really well-judged race for a man that's got to spend a lot of time training in those technical events, and that was enough to hand in that gold medal.
Yeah, and as we thought, confirming there Oglane with that bronze medal, helped by that great 70-meter javelin performance. A really strong second day for another athlete who said he's just happy to be back out there enjoying himself. Jules Pommery with some moments to enjoy in this competition. Not sure about Montler because he can't respond now. He's had his 6th round jump. So it'd be Pommery, then Fincham-Jukes, and then Tentoglou. So, identical 8.06, so he needs better than 7.95, I make it. And no, just wasn't able to execute as the last. And young athlete under a lot of pressure in the 6th round.
Also disappointment on the face of his coach as well, the European record holder, Robert Emian. Well, Emian has held the European record at 8.87 since 1987. He's been coaching French jumpers, originally from Armenia. And you can see there, he's resplendent in a French tracksuit top. Well, Jules Pommery, I think his day will come, though. Very successful at the age group championships.
It's tough, isn't it, when you've competed really well, but ultimately pushed down. Jacob Fincham-Jukes, terrific competition for him when you consider he isn't that experienced at this level. Another who's built a bit of a reputation out in the States. 8.08 is his lifetime best. When I've seen him, hasn't always backed that up. But he was one of the few athletes who was actually at the England Senior Championships in Bedford just a couple of weeks ago, winning that title. And now, from Bedford to Munich he goes. Once again, calling on the supporters to give him a lift. Upstanding now around the Olympiastadion. So here goes Fincham-Jukes. One final effort, just falling a little there, and as a result, falling short of 8 meters. So terrific stuff for him. Montler taking the bronze, the perennial silver medalist, but beaten here by Fincham Dukes. First senior international medal for the Briton. We talked about the legacy of Greg Rutherford. That is hard to manage after someone so great like that retires. Obviously Tentoglu forging his own path in a golden generation of Greek field eventers. He now has that championship record. And good smiles there from the Greeks, and it looks like he might just be calling it a day there.
Yes, I was just looking at his coach, George Pomansky, who looks after all the Greek horizontal jumpers. They've just decided he's done enough for one day. Championship best and a gold medal is more than enough for Militaris Tentoglu as he defends his title won in Berlin 4 years ago. And where does he go on from here? Well, next year we've got the World Championships in Budapest and an opportunity to fight back and perhaps regain that world title.
Much like Le Mans Marcel Jacobs, Tentoglu winning the Olympic Games, winning the World Indoors, couldn't get it over the line in the World Championships. And he's got the European Championships here, but he can still head to Budapest and try and hold all 4 crowns. Le Mans Marcel Jacobs has got the job to do over on the home straight. He hasn't yet won the European title. Tentoglu has got that.
And just look at that, Ehammer and Tentoglu, well, the silver and bronze medalists in the long jump, now getting a silver and gold. Not necessarily in the order that they were expecting, perhaps, but there you go.
Well, I think that Nikki Cowell will perhaps prove to be one of the stories of these championships. One of the moments, first of all, in the javelin, because that was incredible. But also, you have to think about what Ehammer did on the first day and how that changed the landscape of the competition and made it exciting. And as a result, it unfolded in the way it did, because we wondered just, was it impossible to achieve, or could Cowell break his new lifetime best and Ehammer struggle a little in the 1500 meters at the same time? So here are our 3 long jump medalists, and managed to find themselves some flags.
And then a second gold medal for Greece of the day. Antigone and Chezin Piotti taking the women's 35-kilometre race walk this morning. So a good day for the Greeks.
Absolutely. So Tentoglu adding 5 centimetres to Christian Reif's mark from 2010. Of course, we still have the discus as that remaining field event out there.
The host nation, Germany, are top of the medal table already, and they're starting to build up a commanding lead. Jorinde van Klinken picked up a bronze medal in the shot put last night. Their teammate Jessica Schilder taking the gold. She's in 4th place at the moment, her best throw of the competition so far in the first round. She's looking for an improvement up to 65 metres and 20 centimetres to challenge Claudine Witter of Germany for the bronze. Jorinde van Klinken not happy with that one. That's her 4th round effort. Sticking her lower lip out is a small improvement, 64.43. I think that frustration there because she knows she's got much more. So apologies, that's the 5th round for Van Klinken. She has only got 1 more attempt. So Sandra Perkovic of Croatia has 2 attempts. She has 5 consecutive gold medals. I've said it all evening and I'll continue saying it. It's a phenomenal record. And Sandra Perkovic came here, I'm sure, keen to defend her title, but also try and make a little bit of history. Marita Koch of Germany holds the European Championship record at the moment with 6 gold medals to her name. Sandra Perkovic trying to match that here in Munich. 65.77, her best mark at the moment. She needs 1 metre and 16 centimetres to equal the event-winning throw of Christian Prudence at the moment. She likes that, she roars it down the field. That could put Sandra Perkovic of Croatia up in the gold medal position. That's the first outpouring of emotion we've seen from Sandra Perkovic. Prudence wouldn't like to play poker with the German athlete because she gave nothing away there. Sandra Perkovic strutting down the field, almost goading the home crowd here They love Sandra Perkovic. She's a brilliant athlete, 67 meters, 95 centimeters. She pushes herself up into the lead over a meter ahead of Christian Pudens. What can Pudens do here with her 5th round effort? As I say, she looks like she's got a poker face, and she cannot have been immune to the atmosphere and the drama that was unfolding in that men's decathlon. Nicholas Cowell taking an inspired gold medal. And a brilliant few laps around the outside of this track. Christian Pudens spinning on the inside of this cage. Starts low. So well balanced at the far side of this circle. Builds her speed. Launches the discus down. And there's been a roar from the crowd. The graphic on the screen for me, that has it slightly shorter than the 67 meters 95 of Sandra Perkovic, but we'll wait for the officials to measure it. Nervous looks from the German team staff. Christian Pudens put out a little bit of a cheer. She thought that was decent. But we'll have to wait for that to get measured. And it's been measured at 67 meters, 87 centimeters, a personal best for Pudens. But it's not enough for the gold medal at the moment. We could be seeing the same nations in gold, silver and bronze. Croatia, Germany. But we have one final round left to go in this women's discus. And we certainly expect a bit of drama, a bit of fireworks. All these athletes will give it their all. Can Sandra Perkovic make history here, taking 6 consecutive European titles?
It's a great time to pull out a 67-meter throw. She's only exceeded this once this year when she sent it out to 68.45 for the silver medal in Eugene. She was caught by surprise then by the Chinese thrower. This time she knew exactly what she was dealing with Christian Pudens and all the rest of the women. There's her partner and coach, Eric Turkovic.
What does she say? He rules the roost on the at training. She does at home.
Yeah, I think I've heard him say that. Yeah. There's Claudia and Witte just keeping hydrated on this very sticky night. Well, it's still 10 o'clock.
A shot of Claudine Witte. She's in the bronze medal position with the season's best. Christian Pudens in silver. Sandra Perkovic, that won't be tears. That will not be tears. Maybe we'll see tears in another 8 throws time. Sandra Perkovic will maintain
still a bit
her
sticky
composure.
and grimy out here, isn't it? You know, it's as I was saying, it's 10 o'clock at night. It's still probably about 50% humidity. You just saw that, the way that the men in the 5,000 meters and the 1,500 meters in the decathlon were sweating away.
22 degrees at the moment, 50% humidity. Alex Seftel very kindly bringing us up to date with local conditions. Linda Van Klinken happy to sit in a puffer jacket though. I do think, I mean, it was a conservative guess at 6 hours on the infield for Jorinde Van Klinken at this European Championship. So allotted sort of an hour and a half per qualifying round, and final could be even longer for the young Dutch woman, soaking up the experience. And this woman needs absolutely no more experience. She has bucketfuls of it. Melina Robert-Michon. For me, there's a tiny bit of emotion on the face of Robert-Michon. Phil Minchell, our co-commentator, did suggest this could be the last gasp, final hurrah for Robert-Michon. Could we be watching the final throw of the brilliant French woman? She really liked that. Dipped just below 60 meters. I think she's looking for improvement on 60 meters, 60 centimeters, and it is a foul. And I don't know, Phil, there's a whole lot of tension going on there and tears. Could that be it for Melanie Robert-Michon? Such a decorated, consistent career.
Well, I'll be looking on the French Athletics Federation website tomorrow to see whether it is. The logical thing, of course, would, I'm sure, from a sentimental point of view, for her to carry on through to the 2024 Olympics in Paris. But you are hitting now even though discus throwers have great longevity, the law of diminishing returns, I'm afraid, and it could be a bit difficult for her to actually qualify for the Olympics. Maybe this is the time to leave and go out.
Shanice Kraft of Germany, the first of 3 Germans to throw in this 6th and final round, as she hits the netting. I was about to start waxing lyrical about her season's best and what that would mean if she could hit it. But instead, she hit the netting. And that will be the end of Shanice Kraft's European Championship campaign. Some of the local fans spotting themselves on the big screen. So it won't be a 4th bronze medal for Shanice Kraft. But what an evening for German athletics and German fans. Seventh place for Kraft. Witter in 3rd at the moment. Pudens. There's Witter on your screen. She's in 3rd place at the moment, nervously watching on to see if anyone can dethrone her from a medal position. She can then turn her attention to trying to get herself up into silver or gold, but before that, she's got some really talented, accomplished women. Jorinde van Klinken's certainly one of those. Right, smile at the camera. So here comes the first Croatian that we're going to see in this final round. Maria Tolj, 8th at the World Championship. She's in 6th place in the moment. Her best throw coming in the 5th round, 63 metres, 37 centimetres. She's 30 centimetres behind 5th at the moment. Her season's best is 64 metres. Could move her up into that 5th place. And just falling out of that throw a tiny bit. It won't be enough to get her amongst the medals. I'm not sure it'll be much of an improvement on her 63 and 37. But Tolj, 8th place at the World Championship, 6th place at the European Championships. Unless she can nudge herself up ever so slightly with this 6th round effort. .61 metres, 67 centimetres, no improvement for Tolj. She stays in 6th place, and we have 2 women left that can affect the medal positions.
Well, this is really building up to a climax. Liliana Carr of Portugal coming into the circle for the very last time. Portuguese record holder. Tall, rangy athlete. Still a bit of distance to make up on the women in front of her. She's to get into the medal positions. Best of 63-67, which she opened with. Just waiting to see, was that a red? Yes, it was. Just see foot fault there for Liliana Carr, and she'll stay in 5th place.
Thought we could see a big final round effort from the Portuguese athlete, that brilliant season's best in qualification. Nonetheless, a great championship season. Making that final in Oregon as well. So we are down to 4 throws to conclude this women's discus final. Next up is Jorinde van Klinken of the Netherlands. She's still just 22 years old. She took a brilliant bronze in the shot put. She'd love to pick up another one here. She has one final throw to manage it. This falls a little bit flat and just scuffs that 60-metre line. Jorinde van Klinken walks out the front. That won't improve her 64 metres and 43 centimetres. But what a championship from the 22-year-old. 3rd in the shot put, 4th in the discus. So we have our medalists. Claudine Witter of Germany has got a medal, as has Kristin Pudens and Sandra Perkovic, but will that order change at all? A brilliant personal best from Pudens, the silver medalist from Tokyo last year. Season's best for Witter in 3rd. Claudine Witter makes her way into the circle. She's already bettered her season's best. If she could get up towards her personal best, 66 metres, that would make a great evening's work. She's already going home with a bronze. And it's just going to fall short of her own bronze medal winning mark of 65 metres and 20 centimetres. It looks like she's been holding back the tears. Claudine Witter helping her team launch punch their way up the overall standings at the medal table. They've been great in so many disciplines. Endurance on the road. Heavy throws here with Witte and Puddens. Nicholas Cowell, good in absolutely everything. Claudine Witte taking the applause and the hugs from her competitors. Shanice Kraft, good sportsmanship there. Kristen Puddens takes a deep breath, a moment to compose herself. She hasn't asked for the applause, the rhythmic clapping. It's the organisers that have done that. And the coach looking on. Sandra Perkovic looking on. If Kristen Puddens can find another metre and 8 centimetres, she could spoil the Croatian parties. Didn't look as fast as some of her other throws. And no, it's falling short of the 65-metre line, but it will be a brilliant silver medal for Kristen Puddens, backing up her silver medal from the Olympic Games. But we have a 6-time European champion, Sandra Perkovic of Croatia, watched on nervously. She knows Kristen Puddens of Germany is a dangerous competitor. This time the German couldn't quite better her previous mark. She stays in second place. Will Sandra Perkovic take her final round? I can see her. She's thumping her chest. She's saluting the crowd, asking for their support. As we so often see her taking her own towel into the circuit. She's going to brush that dust off the circle. Get herself ready for one final throw here in Munich. Sandra Perkovic, one of the stories of this 2022 season has been her rivalry with Valerie Ullmann. Got the better of the American out in Eugene. Then Bin of China spoiling the party in the final round, pushing Perkovic down into the silver medal position about 4 weeks ago, but it will be gold for Croatia, matching the gold of Filip Mihajlovic in the men's shot put. Brilliant silver for Matija Parlov-Kostra in the women's marathon, but it will be gold to Sandra Perkovic. And she falls out the front of the circle, arms aloft. It is it was a decent length throw in the end, but she'd stepped out of the circle. And there we see the emotion from Sandra Perkovic. She loves to compete. She's ever the showwoman. But this shows you quite how much it means to the Croatian.
Well, Sandra Perkovic writes her name in the annals of athletics history. 12 years after she took her first European title as a 22-year-old, now 32 years of age, she takes her 6th consecutive European discus crown, 6 consecutive individual titles, a feat nobody has ever done before. And a bit of a curiosity, she's won 6 consecutive titles, and this is the 3rd consecutive time that she's actually been on top of the podium with 2 Germans in the silver and bronze slot. Well, in 2016 in Amsterdam, she was ahead of Julia Fischer and Shanice Kraft. Kraft, of course, competing in this competition. 4 years ago in Berlin, it was Nadine Muller and Shanice Kraft. And on this occasion, it's Kristen Puddens and Claudine Witte. Well, the Germans are always going to be there. It's really is a production line of really top-class female discus throwers. But the top female discus thrower, once again, the continental champion, the absolute very best female discus thrower that probably, for sheer consistency alone, that Europe's ever seen, is Sandra Perkovic.
I was so hoping this was going to happen, and I hoped it was going to be a great competition, and they put on a show. Puddens pushing herself to a personal best, Witte with the season's best, but they couldn't hold back the Croatian Sandra Perkovic. She's a star at home. They're a small nation, but they're passionate when it comes to sport and when it comes to their stars. And Sandra Perkovic is surely going to have a hero's welcome when she heads home.
These athletes move on to continue their rivalry in the coming weeks on the Diamond League circuit. They've got at least 2, maybe 3 more meetings. And I'm just wondering whether Puddens and Witte can get up and take some sort of revenge. Of course, as you say, going to have to factor in Valerie Ullmann, and they have to factor in the Chinese throwers, and 1 or 2 other people into the bargain, possibly a Cuban thrower or 2. But on European soil, Sandra Perkovic is peerless.
Hoping for a look at Friday the mascot, because Berliner and Perkovic had a great party in Berlin. There's not much time to play for as we look towards one of the first major finals. The men's 100 metres. Got the women's 100 on after this. But the chance to crown the fastest man in Europe is looming. First look at the light show here in Munich, and those gates glide open to reveal the 8 finalists that are going to fight it out for the title of fastest man in Europe. Israel Olatunde, at the age of 20, has done fantastically well to make this final for Ireland. Ran a personal best in the opening round, very close to that, taking second place to automatically qualify. Next up is Situ Ali of Italy. Personal best of 10.12 to come second in his semi-final. Mohamedou Fall, the only Frenchman to make this. He was delighted. Had to rely on a non-automatic qualifying mark of 10.16, just a whisker outside of his season's best. He'll make his way over to lane 2. And if Fall was delighted, this man was as well. Jan Volko, Slovakian Republic. He equalled his national record to take third in the first heat, just ahead of Mohamedou Fall. Jeremiah Azu having a good laugh with the introduction system here. He was the first Welsh champion for 53 years at the British Championships at the end of June. Having a brilliant summer, and he's the first of 3 Britons in this final. Rhys Prescott's up next. That new personal best of 9.93 was set when he won in Oslo back in May. He's got that blue bib, indicates he's the fastest in Europe this season. Took the silver medal in Berlin 4 years ago behind his teammate Zarnell Hughes. He took a championship record performance from Zarnell Hughes in Berlin. Could that be under danger here today? And this man looked brilliant in qualification in his semi-finals. Been question marks about his form throughout the season. Missed Nairobi, that race there against Ferdinand Omanyala with a stomach bug. Then withdrew from the Rome Diamond League with an injury. And that's when we started to worry, were we going to see the very best of the reigning Olympic champion? Withdrew from his semi-final at the World Championships as well. But Le Mans Marcel Jacobs looked brilliant, winning his 3rd semi-final in 10 dead. Drama is building in the stadium. The crowd will be so excited to see all the big hitters making the start line here. Jeremiah Azu in the 8th place, right next to those medals. Rhys Prescott and Zarnell Hughes, for me, are pretty conservative starts in their semi-finals, perhaps running safe. Both got up into their running pretty well. Zarnell Hughes looked fluent. Rhys Prescott perhaps a little bit nervous, a little bit tense. Le Mans Marcel Jacobs looked unshakable. Olympic champion finished his season early last year. Managed to take the World Indoor title ahead of the favoured Christian Coleman of America. Then things started to unravel. Can Le Mans Marcel Jacobs take another major title here in Munich? The men's 100-metre final.
Set.
And they are away. There was some crowd noise, but it's not affected the athletes. Le Mans Marcel Jacobs and Rhys Prescott neck and neck, but it is Le Mans Marcel Jacobs pulling away in the final stages. 9.95 for Le Mans Marcel Jacobs. Zarnell Hughes gave it a good go in the closing meters, but it wasn't to be. The Italian is back in shape. His coach said he was optimistic, he was running free, he was having fun. But what a treat to see Le Mans Marcel Jacobs back on top. He equals Zarnell Hughes. It's his championship record from 4 years ago. Zarnell Hughes bumped down one position into second place. A good sub-10 clocking from the Brit. But Le Mans Marcel Jacobs posing for the photos. Brilliant to see the Italian back on top.
Well, this is the stage where legends are made. 50 years ago, it was Valery Bortsov who took the 100 metres title just before taking a memorable double at the 1972 Olympic Games. Le Mans Marcel Jacobs comes here already being an Olympic champion, takes the European title, 995 championship record equaling performance, but this really consolidates what he's done. He's won the Olympic title, he's won the world indoor title over 60 metres, now he's a champion of Europe. Following him home, the two Britons, Zarnell Hughes. Well, Hughes got a great start, and Marcel Jacobs just hunted him down. And on the very outside, coming through almost unheralded in lane 8, hanging on in there, blistering time, Jeremiah Azu gets third. Well, he's run a 990 windy, but he's never been under 10. But he went very, very close to it on this occasion as he followed the top two home. And it was a terrific performance in bronze from the young Welshman. But let's just concentrate on the first two men home. Marcel Jacobs, he's the European 100-metre champion. And Zarnell Hughes, gold 4 years ago, silver this time.
So much like Tentoglu, Le Mans Marcel Jacobs picking up nearly all the crowns that are available to him. He'll have to wait till next year in Budapest and that World Championships if he wants to try and hold everything. But he is the Olympic champion, the world indoor champion, and now the European outdoor champion. Olatunde celebrating a new national record in 6th place. Has come up as 10.17 for the 20-year-old Irish man, and we thought we couldn't see a better celebration than Jeremiah Azu's 3rd place. But Olatunde breaks down on the track. He's worked so hard this week. He had to enter at the very opening stages of the qualification. He didn't get a bye like many of the other finalists did. Volko of Slovakia, another athlete that did all 3 rounds. But Jeremiah Azu, he raced so much this season. He was trying to get the Welsh 4x1 squad eligible for the Commonwealth Games. He raced time and time and time again to give his Welsh teammates a chance. Couldn't manage it. And that's just a just reward for being a team player through the middle section of the summer. Jeremiah Azu picking up another medal for Great Britain, as we so often do in the men's 100 metres.
Yeah, so two quite experienced sprinters that are pretty much household names, maybe coming in with a bit of a point to prove. And one youngster who'd won the British title and beaten Zarnell Hughes, who many thought that should have had more weight in terms of World Championship selection. As a result, you still knew that he's a young man with plenty of opportunities, and winning that bronze medal after being told by his coach a few years ago, you've got to pick between athletics and football, and picking athletics seems to have worked out.
Great choice. But Le Mans Marcel Jacobs, that's a really good performance under pressure. A lot of pressure on the 8 women on your screens now, just dropping off their kit into those boxes. They will go out to the gates to be presented. Competition ready, as the officials call it. It's the dreaded call when you know you're nearing a pressure moment and they ask you to get ready to compete.
It's the sort of occasion where you give away all of your things. You don't need your phone, you don't need your wallet, you don't need your keys, the things that I've spent most of these championships kind of looking for at the end of each session. But the athletes don't have to worry about that. You know, don't need any belongings right now. Just the pure focus to think about the task ahead. And now, once again, the special light show building up to the final action of the evening, the women's 100-metre final. So work has gone in to try and get the crowd excited and put in a visual spectacle, really, across 6 particular finals, including these 2 100s, and the relay finals, women's 200 and men's sprint hurdles final. This is Maria Perez of Spain, 11:07 improvement to this year. Well, the time qualifiers. Zainab Dosso now, well, we saw Olatunde eclipse a long-standing Irish national record. She's very close to the 11.14 best of Manuela Leverato, who took bronze in both sprints here at the European Championships in 2002 in Munich. So Imani Lansico then, she was one of those who had to wait in those hot seats. And after one semi-final, her interest grew, and then finally she knew her place was sealed. Eva Svoboda, the European indoor 60-meter champion in 2019. It was so gutting to see that she missed the chance to defend that title due to COVID, but you always say there's another day, there's another championships. Sometimes that's been none more the case this year. The Europeans to look forward to, among other events. Gina Lukenkemper, I tell you what, she got the bronze in 2016, the silver in 2018. Could she take gold? An outside contender, someone who has run under 11 seconds this year and looking to complete that set. Daryl Nita, though, someone who recently was a Commonwealth silver medalist in Birmingham, competing at all three of those major championships and consistently running sub-11, 10.90 now at best. She was the fastest qualifier. Mujinga Kambunji, well, she is just 100 faster, 10.89, new national record to win the Swiss title. 22.05 as well in Eugene over 200. But Dina Asher-Smith is the defending champion. It was a hat-trick for her, 1-2 in the relay. And she knows the kind of job she has to do in this competition. Daryl Nita winning the national title, but Dina, I'm sure, will have her head down here. She won the bronze over 200 in Eugene, up against such incredible competition from three Jamaicans. But these women, with the music in the background, the light show adding to the tension and the excitement for this final event of day 2 at these European Athletics Championships. Just look at this, eyes peeled on these 8 finalists. So it's tough to call, but Dina has done this before in Berlin. Mujinga Kambunji should be close to her. 11.05 in qualifying, and then Daryl Nita looked like more to come from her. Lansico, Dosso, Asher-Smith, Kambunji, Nita, Lukenkemper, Svoboda and Perez. The final of the women's 100 meters. So Asher-Smith from 3, a decent start for her. Dosso nearly alongside. Here comes Kambunji. Asher-Smith is out. Kambunji. Lukenkemper trying to chase. Oh my word, Lukenkemper! With Nita also closing. That had way more drama than we were anticipating, and you could even write. So, in the end, Nita, fastest qualifier, but we don't break 11 seconds. At least that's what the clock stops at. 11 dead. Kambunji just looking. It's been given to Lukenkemper, who does incredibly complete the set. Bronze, silver and gold across the last 3 European Championships. Well, that is truly incredible. And there'll be some in this stadium who really believe she could do it, and others who think that's some surprise. Kambunji then, they've been given the same time. Officially now it is below 11, 10.99. And it means so much to Lukenkemper. She won the relay bronze medal in Eugene, where unfortunately the Brits, from their point of view, faltered with that injury to Dina Asher-Smith, who wasn't recovered. Daryl Nita follows up her Commonwealth medal with one then in the Europeans.
Well, where did that come from Gina Lukenkemper? Out in lane 6, and there was absolutely nothing to suggest in her pre-championship form that she was going to challenge the likes of Mujinga Kambunji and Daryl Nita, nor Dina Asher-Smith, whose injury issues came back to haunt her. Look at the tears flooding down Germany's first champion at the sprint since Verena Seiler 12 years ago. Kambundji, well, she got a bronze 6 years ago on home soil when they were in Zurich. Was aiming just to become the second Swiss woman ever to win a European Championships title. She got so close, it came down to thousandths of a second. Once again, Daryl Neita just denied after looking so good in the semi-finals. After that, everyone was a long way back. It was those three. We'll try and give you an update on the situation with Dina Asher-Smith, but it did look as though it was the problem that plagued her in the relay in Eugene. Well, the medics just paying some attention to Lukenkamper. I think she just took a bit of a knock on the wrist as she fell over the line. And Lukenkamper just comes from a long way back. Kambundji, an absolutely terrific start from her. Svoboda, the 60-meter specialist, drops back after 50 meters. There she goes, she takes a tumble, rolls over on her wrist. Well, the pain was immediately forgotten once she crossed the line. It's taken a minute or two for it to go through the nervous system. Well, I cannot recall a women's major international championship that was split by just 1/100th of a second between the three medalists. That's one for looking up further down the line. She just can't believe it. I think she's probably taken a sprain on the wrist. Hopefully that won't affect her baton hand. I don't know quite what it is. She just can't believe it. But where did that come from?
It's blood, sweat and tears, quite literally, isn't it, for Lukenkamper? That's her 5th medal in 3 editions of these championships. So close. I almost want to cry just looking at the way that she burst into tears there. Kambundji, though, such a consistent performer. She really made her name after those home championships in Zurich, and this time it's another athlete in their own backyard, as it were, on the top step of the podium. But if you're the gold medalist, you get the attention of the medical staff quite quickly, don't you? And she'll be glad to see that running through all the emotions. Look at the face, though, of Daryl Neita. She wanted more than that.
I was going to say, the quick exit from the track of Daryl Neita says everything. She was brilliant in the semi-finals, dipping underneath 11 seconds, and just, as you said, Phil, maybe letting the occasion get the better of her. She just looked tense, couldn't quite push past Kambundji and Lukenkamper in the closing stages. And Kambundji as well got a lightning quick start, did super well to hold on to second place. And a shame to see Dina Asher-Smith. She threw her hands up when she had to stop in frustration. Ultimately, the reigning champion had to jog it in and settle for 8th place. I think that'll be a major blow to the relay hopes of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and a major boost to the German medal hopes. Bronze at the World Championships, could they take another gold here? And Kambundji, another brilliant championship performance. Lightning quick start, she's worked on that. We've seen her be great indoors, taking that world indoor title. So Kambundji with the lead at the moment, and Dina Asher-Smith pulling up 30 or 40 metres into the race. Daryl Neita is perhaps finishing the fastest out of the 3 medalists. You can see Neita pulling up alongside Lukenkamper, but it all changes in perhaps the last 5-10 metres. Kambundji just falters ever so slightly. Lukenkamper has the momentum, and a great lean as well from the German athlete, times that to perfection. So much so she can barely get over the line. A wonderful emotion for Gina Lukenkamper. I think her non-selection for Eugene individually was a bit contentious, and she's bounced back brilliantly well to take this title here.
It's funny, when you look at those pictures and you see the times, you think all 3 athletes had such a brilliant chance to win that. But Lukenkamper came through similar to the way that she did in the semi-final. Only Neita was in front of her. But the determination there just seemed to be no stopping her. This was her day in the Olympiastadion in Munich for the German Gina Lukenkamper. Now 25 years of age, but yeah, she's been competing at these kinds of championships for 6 years and more, so has that experience. But to get gold, silver and bronze at the same champs for any athlete is particularly impressive, to have some kind of longevity also, as well as top performance. I just wonder whether those are her parents.
I think that's a fair bet. I think they are her mother and father. I'm just looking at the season stats for Gina Lukenkamper. She ran 10.99 to win the German national title back in June, but then didn't really get close to that sort of form. She did make the semi-finals in Eugene, but she was well adrift of 11 seconds. But she must have gone back. She had one race between Eugene and this championships. That was in Horsa at the Diamond League. She finished back in 4th then, 11.10. So really, she's really turned it around in terms of what she's been capable of doing in little more than a week. And it's not just her wrist, she's also getting a knee bandaged up as well. There's the long jump coaches.
So we're just having a look. We heard a couple of moments ago that there might have been a disqualification, or at least of the best jump of Jacob Fincham-Duke. So protest over that 8.06 jump. The Swedes and the French were looking at that. So let's have another look. Well, so to the naked eye, obviously you're looking at that black line and whether the shoe is over it. But you can see the base of the shoe there, you can see the takeoff. Goodness me, so obviously there was a protest. There is the Swedish coach of Tobias Montler, and I believe that it has been upheld. So possibility of a counter-protest sometimes.
I would have thought a counter-protest is almost inevitable. Looking at that replay, it's worth reflecting on the new equipment that's used to determine foul jumps in the horizontal jumps. We've now gone to the Hawkeye method, better known in tennis, of course. And here's the revised standings.
So it still means that two athletes are on the same measurement of 8.06. Tentoglou way in front, that championship record performance, adding 5 centimeters to that. Then Montler moves up and Pomery into bronze. So, well, it looked like there were quite naturally 2 countries that were protesting against that, the weight of them. As I say, sometimes we do see reinstatements, but that is the state of play. It goes back to Fincham-Duke's second best of 7.97 there, and that puts him in 5th place on those standings.
Well, the British have 2 hours if they were to file a counter-protest, and that's still within their right. I have a feeling that they will. I said it was almost inevitable. I think that's too close to call. I think there should be some further discussion on that. Of course, if you like, in the old days, turning the clock back about a year, before the introduction of this new horizontal jump technology, which has been in the offing for about 3 years, it would have been a question of whether there was a mark in the plasticine. Then they would have gone to the Hawkeye technology. So to start with, you would have the naked eye of a referee right by the board. Now it's all done on electronic measurement. But the question is, if it was showing as green, why have they changed that decision? And I think that's something that will be debated long into the night. Was the machine, if they've decided that it was going to be a red badge after all, a red mark, well, was that machinery properly calibrated? And if so, then they're going to have to look at some of the other jumps.
So hopefully we'll get another look at the medal table after 2 days of action here in Munich. You can see lots of fans stayed until the end of the session. So excited by that conclusion to the decathlon, with Nicholas Cowell overhauling Simone Hammer to take gold. And that's one of 4 that Germany have won so far. You can see Croatia doing really well in 2nd place. Those 2 gold medals in the shot put for the men and discus for the women. And there's another page, 13 countries on that medal table. There is another page. So you can see a handful of bronze medals there. Aglane got that for Estonia in the decathlon this evening.
So that's the overall medal table from the 9 sports in the European Championships, the multi-sport European Championships, and the hosts leading in gold medal terms with 14 golds, but France have 4 more medals. That's right the way across those 9 sports being contested here. Of course, I hate to say it, we're only really interested in the athletics. And we have another
whisper.
Have another 5 days of athletics to thoroughly enjoy coming up tomorrow morning, starting at 9:35, and we're going to be here all the way through until next Sunday evening. Well, we've had 8 gold medals decided today, 6 this evening, finishing off with those 200 metres finals. Thrilling events, 2 this morning in the 35-kilometre race walks. This is what we've got tomorrow. It all starts once again at 9:35 Central European time. We've got a lot of really interesting qualifying groups and also the first couple of events in the women's heptathlon. We had a decathlon for the ages here tonight, won by Nicholas Cowell, the 2019 world champion, really coming back into form. And we talk about the motto of this championships being back to the roofs. Well, Nicholas Cowell raised the roofs, but he wasn't the only gold medalist tonight. We had a plethora of fantastic performances. Join us again tomorrow. It's good night from the European Athletics live stream.